What Lonzo thinks is a wide-ranging, free-flowing discussion where I offer up my unsolicited views on everything from music, movies, politics, sports, religion, pop culture, you name it. If it's happening, I'm talking about it. My thoughts are unsolicited, nobody cares, and damn it, you ain't supposed to care. All right, and I'm back like the Bozak. Got a special guest with me, Jake Wade's son with the business.
Yo, we have some great topics to talk about today, so I am ready.
No doubt, no doubt. We about to get the Bozak up in here. Do you remember the Bozak?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that was
EPMD.
EPMD. That's right. That's right. Paris Smith and E Double. I'm sure they'll be on this list at some point.
Here's
That being
hoping.
so what?
Here's hoping.
Yeah, I know. Here's hoping. Yeah, damn right. Shit. Yeah, man, that's scary. Come to think of it, man. Scared
Yeah,
myself now. Shit.
I'm very scared.
Yeah. Let's hope that EPMD is on this list.
Yep.
All right. So we're going to be discussing Rolling Stones. Rolling Stone magazine is one of the most preeminent music magazines in the history of the industry. I religiously read Rolling Stone back in the late 80s, early 90s, back when print magazines were still all the rage. Before the internet, before you can just, read everything on your phone. I was actually a subscriber to Rolling Stone magazine, and it was always fun getting, the issues in the mail. And I had boxes and boxes and boxes of old Rolling Stone magazines. I would go back and reread them and everything. The days of reading a magazine are long gone. I miss those days. I used to like thumbing through a magazine, be it Rolling Stone, Vibe, Spin magazine, The Source, you name it. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I do miss magazines myself. I was a subscriber of GamePro magazine, so I
Liar.
really
You were a subscriber to the National Enquirer.
uh no. To this day, I think tabloids are the dumbest thing ever. Uh,
Weekly World News.
so I had a friend who did subscribe to Weekly World News,
Wow.
and he used to show it to me all the time. I'm like, this is trash. I don't care about this.
Is that did he
Uh,
show you the one that had the big fat 900-pound baby?
yeah, yeah. But and they talk about that a lot. And also the Bat Boy. The Bat Boy was on every issue, and I'm like, people really believe this crap? But
Yeah.
but yeah.
Those are the same folks
Uh,
who believe in QAnon now, man. So,
oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Um, and that's actually the truth. That's not an exaggeration.
No, I know it's the truth. Absolutely the truth, man. Shit.
Um, but yeah, I used to subscribe to GamePro, so every month I would be so happy to get that magazine.
Oh, yeah, GamePro was great. I'll admit, it was great. Yeah.
And game magazines don't really exist anymore. They kind of do, but only in certain places. And everything. Why would you want a magazine now, though? I mean, I miss having them. I miss reading them. Having that physical object. But everything you want and more is online now. So
Exactly. And a lot of that content is free of charge, so that's even
yeah,
better. And
yeah.
um, I was a huge fan of Sports Illustrated. Got it every week. I used to love reading Sports Illustrated, man. Stuff like that, man. Like I said, you can't replicate it. And wistfully, I think back on those days, man, and I miss those days, man. When you could take an hour or two to just lay back in your room, lay back in bed, and read the magazine, read Playboy magazine for the articles, which were great. You know what I mean? Right On magazine.
Right
You
on,
remember Right
Jet.
On, man?
Yeah, right on, Jet. Word up.
Word Up, yeah, Word Up. Yeah, the Jet Beauty of the Week. You had the Jet Beauty of the Week on your wall.
hmm
Ebony magazine, man. Those days. I miss those days. So
And I did really like Vibe magazine. Vibe magazine was good. It was one of the better kind of hip hop magazines, in my opinion.
I used to like Vibe as well until they trashed Lenny Kravitz in one of their articles, and then I stopped reading. I'd never read another Vibe magazine after they did a review of Lenny Kravitz's LP entitled Five, one of his biggest LPs, one that had Fly Away on it, and they just trashed the album, man. And I went out and bought it. I'm a huge Lenny Kravitz fan. I bought the album, man. Despite what they said in Vibe, man, listen to it, man. That album was fucking great. And I was like, you know, how they gonna diss Lenny Kravitz because he's black and plays guitar, or maybe they hated on him because he was smashing Lisa Bonet. I don't know, man. But the person that did that I mean really did a disservice because he wanted to win the fucking Grammy for that album, and for the single. I mean, come on. So after that, I was like, I was through with Vibe after that. What you say?
I don't know. Like, I just take opinions as opinions. I never read, even now. Like, if I read a review of anything that I care about, if I'm interested in it, I'm probably gonna check it out anyway, despite what the reviewer says. And one thing you have to realize, at least what I realize now, is reviewers often they have a little bias in regard to what's cool now and what used to be cool. So they were thinking, oh yeah, Lenny Kravitz was cool back in the Are You Gonna Go My Way days and Circus and all that. And then around that time when Five came out, it was like, yeah, he's not cool anymore. What's cool now is boy bands and stuff. So we're gonna trash this person no matter what.
But why you gonna trash the album that had "Fly Away" on it, which was one of the biggest songs of that entire year? I mean, you picked the wrong album to pick on. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the thing about that.
What?
That's his most beloved song,
yeah.
And his most derided song. People actually hate that song because of how ubiquitous it was. So they're like, oh yeah, I hate the songs, I've heard it so much. And I understand that. But at the same time, I mean, it's a good song. But people hate that song, but they love it too. So that's how it is.
Well, that being said, if you're out there and you used to work for Vibe magazine, fuck you and your mama. How about that? All right. So that being said, we digressing from the very, very beginning. So we're here to discuss Rolling Stone magazine's 200 greatest hip hop albums of all time. I walk into this show with you tonight with lots of fear and trepidation because my skin crawls at the mere thought of some of the bullshit we're gonna see on this damn list. And as I told you a few weeks ago before we decided to do this show, I bet this list was done by some backpackers who now work over at Rolling Stone, who probably are 22 years old and don't even know who Tilo Rock was. You know what I'm saying? So I'm scared. What are your thoughts?
Well, my feeling about it is perhaps it's not even the backpackers. I believe this is some. Okay, I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say because that's gonna sound racist.
Bitches. What were you gonna say?
Okay, let's say that. Yes. People who think that they're, I guess the better word would be hipsters.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling that's who this is written by.
Mm-hmm.
People who have not listened to hip hop their whole lives, and perhaps they have, but they're only 20 years old. So
let me ask you this, man. I mean, how can you claim to know anything about hip hop when you drive a fucking Tesla? Help me figure that one out.
Well, I don't really have a comment on that one. I don't know what to say about it. I feel like you can really be into hip hop and really know what you're talking about, but most often than not, from what I've seen, most people don't know what they're talking about when it comes to anything.
Segue alert, or digression alert. A couple of weeks ago, I was talking to this guy who was trying to sell me a Tesla, and I sat in that car, man. I was like, this don't feel like a fucking car. You know what I mean? I'm like, how you got to be fucking kidding me? No, I don't want that. And he was asking like $90,000 for it. Are you out your fucking mind? I mean, you can call the car and the car will come to you. I don't give a damn. I'm okay with walking into the parking lot and getting into the damn car. I don't need my car to come to the fucking curb and pick me up. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. I'm digressing, but I just had to say that. Go ahead, man. I cut you off. I'm sorry.
I don't support Elon Musk in any kind of way.
No, I don't
so,
either.
So you know, I would never even ride in a Tesla. I've
Tweet
never
that,
seen a Tesla.
Elon.
However, I will say this.
What?
I just said that I don't support Elon Musk, and I don't. But the fact that he is kind of the only person doing space travel right now, I do support that. His company is doing that, and I really support that. But him as a person and as a businessman, can't stand him, and I really wish he would go away. But
him and his billions.
yeah. I mean, if the man would really do something with his money that would really help people, then okay. But he's not. What he's doing is for his own gain, and he says, "Oh yeah, I'm doing it for the advancement of science," but I don't believe that. I really don't believe that. I think it's mainly so he can continually make money and then be a troll, and I can't deal with that.
Yeah, and if you sit in a Tesla, you understand exactly what I'm saying. I'm like, damn, it didn't feel like a damn car. You know what I mean? I don't even know what it felt like. So what?
A rolling computer.
Yeah, and it wasn't even nice. I mean, the inside of the car looked cheap as hell, except for this big ass freaking 30-inch screen. Like, really? This is what? It didn't feel like it being inside of a car. I don't know what the hell it felt like, but I was like, man, folks pay $90,000 for this piece of shit. Fuck that.
Well, you can play video games in it.
Damn all that. I don't need to play a video game that damn bad. I don't need to play a video game at 90 miles per hour, okay?
Yeah,
I don't need to.
I really don't understand that feature. I don't know what that's about.
No, I don't need technology that bad. So anyways, right. that's just me, in my get off my lawn stage of my life, I suppose. I don't care. And if you don't like it, why are you listening anyway? Anyways, right. You're probably listening because you saw this link on YouTube, 200 greatest hip hop albums of all time. You was like, okay, yeah. Check Zoe out and see what we got to say. And this motherfucker talking about Elon Musk and motherfucking magazines and shit. Lenny Kravitz. They ain't got shit to do with hip hop.
Well, that's not entirely true. There's a link to all of that,
Yeah, I know there's a link to all that, man. But but at the same time, man, let's get straight down to business. You know what I'm saying? And talk about what we came here to talk about, which is Rolling Stone magazine's the 200 greatest hip hop albums of all time. Of course, we're gonna start from number 200 and work our way down to number 1. And of course, we're not gonna go through all 200. So we're gonna truncate it a little bit. Now we'll just speak on some of the highlights of the list. And we'll work it down to 50, and then we'll do 50 through down to number 1. How's that sound, man?
That is a plan.
All right. So as we usually do, we'll just give a brief snapshot opinion of each topic, and we'll just kind of move along from there. And I'm sure there'll be some segues and digressions and other bullshit that's going on between now and number 100. First and foremost, I am recording from the studios here at Casa de Anderson. And it's 8:29 p.m. on a Monday evening, and my wife is upstairs asleep right now. I didn't cook dinner. I usually cook dinner. I didn't cook dinner tonight. I told everybody to get leftovers from me. I made a pot of jambalaya yesterday, and we still got a lot of that. So I said, hey, y'all just help yourselves to the leftovers. But she probably gonna cuss me out when she wakes up and realize that I didn't cook dinner. So if I get cussed out during the midst of the show, that's because I didn't cook dinner and I took the easy way out. So, all right. See, I've digressed again.
Well, I'm sure everybody wants to know what I had for dinner.
What you have for dinner, man?
I ate a can of corned beef hash and 3 scrambled eggs. That's what I ate.
Corned beef hash and scrambled eggs, man. That's the dinner of champions, man. Kings die for that shit, man.
They do.
Yes.
And I really felt like I was living high on the hog.
Were they scrambled eggs or hard boiled or poached or what?
Scrambled.
You put cheese in them?
No, I actually don't really care for cheese and eggs anymore. I don't know why.
Hey, that was a grandma staple, man. What you talking about?
I mean, it's great, but like I think me cooking it myself, I've gotten tired of it, so I don't put cheese in my eggs anymore.
You're a communist. Okay, so today's show is featuring a communist. So
Please don't believe that. Very, very far from. Well, you know what? I'm not too far from communist, but communism as a whole is bad. So let's not say that.
commie bastard.
Pinko.
All right, we're still digressing. Okay, all right, we are 15 minutes into the show, man. So we probably lost all of our listeners already, but
That's okay.
if you're still listening, thanks for sticking with us. All right, here we go. Rolling Stones 200 greatest hip hop albums of all time. At number 200, we just started number 200. Travis Scott, Astro World. Travis Scott, of course, he's the guy who knocked up one of those Kardashian. It was the Kardashian or Jenner, one of those like girls who are famous for being famous. And he's the guy who had the album, who had the concert where a bunch of folks got killed and everything. So he's got blood on his hands as well. I don't think I've ever heard a Travis Scott song. I know I've never listened to this album, but it is album number 200, the 200 greatest hip hop album of all time. So we're going to give it a score of 1 to 10 on whether or not it deserved to be on this list scale. I give it a 0 just because he's responsible for the death of a lot of innocent people. So Travis Scott, if you're out there listening, fuck you and your mama. Go.
Okay. I have heard very little from this man, and I don't really know what's so good about him. He's very popular, and, clearly people die for him, and that's very sad. But from what I know about his music, it's the same old sing-songy trap rap that everybody does these days. So I don't know what's so good about him. So for them to put him at 200, I mean, that's not even hip-hop to me. It's just, I don't even know what this is. So, no, he doesn't belong on this list. I won't give him a 0 just because, 0 is kind of weird, but I'll give him a 1. And I don't think
How many folks got to die for him to get a 0 from you, man?
Well, was he actually responsible for it? He wasn't responsible for the death. It wasn't him, but he had something to do with it, absolutely. He didn't have any control over it. His biggest problem at that time was that he continued to perform, even though people were getting crushed. So, and I'm sure, I think somebody got stabbed, and terrible things that happened at that show, and he continued to perform, and that's what was bad about it. So, okay then, I'll give him a 0 because of that. The worst thing that he has ever done is after the tragedy, he decided that he would partner with Stamps.com because he figured it would help the victims' families heal.
What does him being affiliated with Stamps.com got to do with your child getting trampled to death at a concert?
Free postage. No.
You can mail all the letters that you want.
I'm joking. No, please, nobody believe that. That was a headline from The Onion when that happened, and there was a point for that article, in that he didn't seem to be doing much to help the families. So that's why they did that article, and I thought it was hilarious and kind of accurate, even though it didn't actually happen. So there you go.
Well, wait till you get served with those papers in that $1 billion lawsuit. You be glad you got one of them Kardashian girls,
Well, he's people still. He's back now. People are listening to him and they don't care anymore. So who knows?
Well, anyway, Travis, if you're out there listening, why would you be listening? Okay.
He might be, because we mentioned him. That's why.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, Travis, why are you listening? Anyway, all right, moving right along. We're going to skip down to number 196 on this list. And the number 196 on the list scared the shit out of me for a second because it is the album entitled Tear Gas from The Jacka. And I saw this for a split second. I thought it said The Jackal. That's like, I made it. I made the list. Rolling Stone finally got something right. I'm telling you, man, for a nanosecond, man, until I realized it wasn't The Jackal, it was The Jacka. I was like, damn. So just because I thought for a split second I had made the top 200 list, Rolling Stone, I've never heard this album before. I've heard of the Jacka, but I've never heard anything from the Jacka, and I never will. But since I did think for a split second it was my album, I'm gonna give it a billion. What are your thoughts?
I have no idea who the Jacka is. Quite honestly, never heard of him. Uh, I hope he's good, but I don't know. Um, 2009, and there's an album called Tear Gas, which sounds kind of cool.
I'll tell you now, if there's a song on that album entitled "Holes in the Backyard," I'm leaving.
Oh well, I mean you get going soon.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, so I was saying, I think because it is so close to your name, I will also give it a billion. We'll go with that.
Right on. So, Jacka, if you're out there listening,
he's not, because they say he died in 2015.
Damn, ain't that some bullshit? Ah, snap.
So he's not listening. That's very sad.
Yeah, man, that's fucked up, man. Faye Dunaway, dead. Waylon Jennings, dead. Miss Melody, dead. The Jacka, dead.
Somebody I've never heard of until today.
Yeah, no. Stop the violence, y'all. I'm sure it was probably gun violence that took him out.
It says he was murdered. So.
Yeah. Okay. Rest in peace, Jacka. He really is in the backyard.
Wow,
I kick your body in.
And now his family's gonna come after you.
You gotta find me first.
Probably not too hard.
All right, enough about that nigga. All right, rest in peace, Jacka. All right, next up on the list, we're gonna go down to number 189, Nipsey Hussle, the late Nipsey Hussle, Crenshaw. Of course, Nipsey Hussle is dead. Is the hip hop artist who was brutally shot down in cold blood. It was gang violence, wasn't it? That took him out. Was it gang related? Mm-hmm. Okay. And Nipsey is one of those artists out there who kind of turned his life around from a life of degradation and crime, and was on a positive track and everything. And he was gunned down way too soon. I was never a fan of Nipsey Hussle's music. Why? Because I never listened to it, so I really can't speak on Nipsey Hussle's album. But there was an outpouring of disgust and well wishes and pain when he passed away. So I guess people liked him. So based on that, I'll give him a 2. Go.
I never listened to his music either. I remember there was something that he did back in the day, like circa 2009 or so, that I didn't think was too bad. But I don't remember what that was. But after that, I never listened to him. I don't know what his music actually sounds like. The only thing that I know is, and you know it too, the legendary FDT with YG. So.
Was that on the on this particular album?
Oh, I don't know. It came out around the time of Trump's candidacy. So I don't know where it came from, but it was YG's album. It was YG's song. It was just featuring Nipsey Hussle. So
fuck Donald Trump.
That's right. So FDT is a legendary song, and just for that, I will give him a 5. Because that is there's a battle cry now. So yeah. Rest in peace to this man here.
That being said, how many right wingers celebrated when Nipsey Hussle met his demise?
You know what? Fox News actually covered his death and laughed at it because they were saying, how childish is this song? Oh, listen to the lyrics. That's so. It didn't take much to write this, did it? So, yet they praise like Kid Rock for saying some really stupid stuff himself, and and all these other right wing artists, they praise them like they're writing Shakespeare.
Ted Nugent.
And what has he done? In the past few years, other than be a complete racist? So
nothing.
Yeah. So So to answer your question, Fox News did actually celebrate his death just because they didn't like the fact that he had a part in a song about their dear leader.
I tell you what, man. I tell you what. If there was like you ever seen the movie The Purge?
I've never actually seen it. No.
Okay, well, The Purge is a movie where for one night, all crime is legal. You can do whatever the hell you want and not get prosecuted. It's like a 12-hour period, like from midnight to I think like from midnight to to 12 noon or something like that. And it's a stupid movie series or whatever. We're supposed to go out and just randomly kill people just for the hell of it because they can't be prosecuted for it. But I'm telling you now, if there ever was a purge, man, I'm telling you now, Tucker Carlson, duck. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
A lot of people would go after him.
Motherfucker, duck. So what?
I'm not saying I would go after him, but lots of people would. He would not survive. However, we'd have to also watch out because he'd be on TV that night saying, there's nothing wrong with killing niggers.
Go get you one.
Right now, I'm telling you now, go and kill as many people as you can. And when I say people, I mean subhumans. And when I say subhumans, well, you know what I mean. There's nothing wrong with saying that.
If you ain't on,
answer the question about niggers and subhumans. What's wrong with calling niggers subhumans? I don't understand that. I'm just asking the question. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's true.
Just asking the question.
I hate him.
Yeah, if you ain't on Bankhead with your window down and your system up. Yeah. So, how do we get on that subject? Well, anyways, Tucker Carlson, if you're out there listening.
Go to hell.
Yeah. Fuck you and your mama.
Everything you stand for.
All right. And, okay, we're going to push along, man. Next on the list at number 186 is Too Short with Life Is Too Short. Of course, Too Short is just a giant icon in the hip hop game. Been around since forever, since Freaky Tales. He's definitely an icon. And Too Short, he's from Oakland, one of the first rappers to come out of California to really hit it big on the national scene. Dude just been around forever. He gets mad respect in the hip hop industry. I remember this particular album. I used to bump the hell out of it. So yeah, at 186, I'm with it. I give it a 7. Go.
So I'm about to call into question my hip hop acumen, I guess. I have never been a Too Short fan, really. I don't hate him. I don't actually like. I don't dislike his music, but I've just never really been a fan because he's not really like a great rapper. He's just he tells stories, but he's not that great at it. I don't know.
He was a West Coast gangster rapper, but he wasn't, he didn't have flow. He wasn't flipping the tongue. He wasn't writing, deep lyrics, whatever. He was just a dude who talked about what he knew, put some beats behind it, made money, and struck a nerve. So
yeah. So that's fine, but he just never really connected with me so much. However, I respect him, and I like him on different tracks. I like him. I like his guest appearances and everything, but I'm just as a whole, I've never really liked him. So I can say I've never listened to his album. I on the strength of him being Too Short and a legend, I'll say that this is a 5. It should be there, but I'm just not a fan. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, my favorite Too Short song is Short Dogs in the House. So if you ever get a chance to listen to Short Dogs in the House, check it out. I like it a lot. All right. Next on the list, we're going to drop down to number 177, Grave Diggers, 6 Feet Deep. Of course, Grave Diggers' claim to fame, they were a Prince Paul group, and their claim to fame is one of the members of the group wound up being one of the greatest beat makers, producers in the history of hip-hop music, RZA. So just because of the fact that RZA Was a grave digger. Yeah, I'll see it. I'll see it at 177. Go.
I mean, you say that like this was the full thing, but yeah, that was definitely the reason that people paid attention to this album and this group. But of course, Prince Paul being the producer of the record. Um, this album's pretty good, and people really love it. Personally, I like the second Gravediggers album a lot better, but I understand how this was, um, how this became a classic. So yeah, the whole horrorcore thing that they came up with was very interesting, and it holds up to this day. So I'll say this is an 8 and deserves to be here.
Right on. Right on. All right. Next up, we're gonna go down to number 176. West Side Gun with Fly God.
The Fly God.
Who? Who in the hell is West Side Gun? I have no idea. Tell me about West Side Gun, man. Does he belong on this list or not?
West Side Gun is the Fly God, and he is he's holding up the whole gangster rapper genre, I guess. He's from New York, and he has the whole New York style going on. And if you like boom bap stuff, and you like tales of gunplay, he does that. The thing that holds him back is his voice. He sounds like a child or something. Like he has a really squeaky voice. And, if you hear this voice and you hate it, you're not going to like his music. If you can deal with that voice, then, you'll probably be into it. If you know anything about Conway
Twitty?
Machine, Conway Twitty, yes. Conway the Machine is his brother.
I may never get to heaven.
No, not related to Conway Twitty at all.
You ever notice that Conway, he doesn't say heaven, he says heaven? Did you ever notice that?
I'm sure I have. Never thought about it because, Conway Twitty is not somebody I listen to.
Man, Conway will break in your house, kick the door in, waving the fofo. Don't fuck with Conway.
I don't know. Well, Conway the Machine will. I'm not really sure about Conway Twitty. Also, I think he's dead. So, I don't know that for a fact, but I think...
Conway Twitty, dead!
Let me look that up, because I think he is. If he's not, then I have definitely put him to death. Yeah. No, he's been dead since 1993.
Oh, damn. Damn. Conway, rest in peace, man. Shit.
Yeah, Conway Twitty is gone.
He's gone for a minute. Okay, go ahead, man.
But I mentioned Conway because Conway is actually he is a better rapper, and that is his brother. And also there's Benny the Butcher, who's also down with them. They have a group called Griselda. So they're pretty cool. West Side Gun's cool. Fly Guy, I think it's a pretty good album. Whether it deserves to be here at 176 is questionable, but I don't hate it. So I'll give it a 6 for being here.
Whatever.
I mean, really, I think if you listen to him, if you can get past his voice, you probably like him.
I'll give it a listen. I'll give it a cursory listen, but I the prospects for Conway the Machine. Oh, what's his name? Fly Guy. What's his name? Shit.
Fly God.
Yeah, whomever. Fuck him.
He has a track called Brains Flew By. Yeah, so shoot somebody in the head. His brains flew by. Okay. And I like that one. Also, I mentioned Conway. We talked about Conway more than West Side Gun. Conway just did a song recently that is actually pretty cool with Jill Scott, and Jill Scott is rapping in it. Fun fact about this song is that really they did a video in Macon, Georgia, at the Hay House.
Oh, shit.
So check that out.
Okay, you know a little bit too much about Fly God.
So. He's cool. Like, really, he's good. I'm not so much into hip hop these days. You know, things that come out, it's very hard to find stuff that's actually good. But a West Side Gun and all Griselda, they're pretty cool. So I think you would like them.
All right, I'm gonna take your word for it, man. Just cause you out here shilling for him, man. So
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
all right. I'm gonna take the word for it. Okay. All right. Next up, we're going to go down to number 163. UGK, the Underground Kings, super tight. I remember the Underground Kings from Good Lord. I think this was back in the late '80s, early '90s when I first came upon UGK, and it was funny how I came upon UGK. It was this girl. Her name was Carol that I was trying to get with, and I went over to her house, and she was still living with her parents. I went over to her house, and I was trying to suck up, to the parents, the family, and everything, because I wanted to take Carol home, me and smash her. Um, anyway, I made friends with her nerdy brother. I forget his name, but anyways, he was a fan of UGK, and I took him on a ride somewhere, or whatever, right? And he put the tape in my truck, and and I bumped Underground Kings, and I kind of liked it. I gotta admit, I fronted like I really liked it when I really didn't, cause I was just being a pervert trying to get next to his sister. But but I kind of liked it, but I kind of just I was like, yeah, that's fly, just because I was trying to suck up to the sun so I can get closer to the girl. So that's how I came into even listening to Pimp C and Bun B. So, but UGK, they're definitely hip hop legends, and at 163, I'm okay with UGK. Go.
I don't have that kind of story. I heard of them around this time um, because their videos were coming on the box a lot. So you remember the box, right?
Yes.
Uh, so people were calling in for UGK on the box on a regular basis, and the stuff that they had were pretty cool. You know, I wasn't. It was not the kind of rap that I was really into,
Mm-hmm.
but I kind of like that. And I don't think I've ever heard this album all the way through. But I actually really respect them and Bun B. I like Bun B a whole lot, actually. Him as a solo rapper, I think he's really is great. Pimp C, I don't, rest in peace to him. I don't really know what to say. People love him, but as far as this album being here, sure, yeah, I don't see why not. Like I said, this was when I became aware of them, and I am fine with it here at 163. With that, I'll give it a 6.
Right on. Okay. Oh, and more to the story, I never did smash Carol, so.
Oh, she became friends with her nerdy brother.
Yeah, I wonder whatever happened to him and her. So.
I just happened to I repeated it because her nerdy brother. That's interesting to me.
Yeah, he was very nerdy, but I forget what happened to him.
But he was into Underground Kings.
Yes, he was. Go figure. But he was very nerdy. All right. Just since you made me think about it, postscript to the whole Carol story. One day I was over her house. It was a Saturday morning. Went over there, and I'm in their house, and she's was cleaning. I guess her folks told her to clean up before she left or whatever. Right. Anyways, and I remember I get there and they're playing Barry White really loud. Her dad loved Barry White, so I'm sitting there. And she's just kind of cleaning up a little bit with her, right? She had this huge oversized sweatshirt. So, and she was bending over. Remember back in the old days, she had the workout shirt that kind of hung on your shoulders?
Yeah.
Anyway, so she bent over and the shirt kind of blows out a little bit, and I saw her breast. So, Carol, if you're out there listening, I never say anything, but Carol, if you're out there listening, I saw your breast that day.
Wow, that's terrible.
Yeah, but I could not crack that nut for nothing, man. She just, I finally had to just move on, man. Realize that sometimes you gotta realize you're not gonna climb Mount Everest. You gotta go ahead and and try for Kilimanjaro instead. So So
Uh,
I never made it to the
it's,
top of that mountain. So what?
it's fascinating because a great deal of the stories that you tell about women is always about, yeah, I was trying to smash. That's amazing. That's what it is. So it doesn't sound like you like women very much. It's more like always trying to get something from them. That's wonderful.
I mean, at that age, man, come on. You know what I mean,
Those are the
it's
stories
like
that you tell
predator and
about women.
prey, huh? What?
Those are the stories that you always tell about women. Always.
No, no. Me and Carl, we actually were friends. I mean, we had a very, we had a strong friendship. It never, it never went in the direction I wanted it to go in. She was a little bit older than me too, so I guess she might have, looking, she just wasn't taking me serious. I don't know. We went out several times and we talked on the phone. She came over to visit me a few times. We cuddled in bed once.
Wow.
But for whatever reason, man, she held out. So good for her. Maybe
Good for her.
maybe I should have learned something from that. I didn't. But yeah. Well, looking in the rearview mirror of my life, I guess I learned something from it. Whatever. Don't date a girl named Carol.
Oh, all right.
All right. Next at number 156, we got DJ Quick. Quick is the name. Now DJ Quick, Lord, I stuttered for a second there. DJ Quick was out of was he out of Compton? He was out of Compton, yeah, just like Compton. And he had a nice little run there for a couple years where he was like kind of like on the forefront of the West Coast hip hop scene. This album is really, really good. I really like DJ Quick is the name. That's the name of the album. DJ Quick is the name. And this is the record that opens with Sweet Black Pussy. So that's how always just kind of just funny to me. It was just stupid or whatever. But he had a really good song on this record entitled Tonight, which was really good. That was the biggest hit from this particular record. Quick's groove was really good, nice instrumental and everything. So Quick, he was a nice producer, made good beats and everything. So yeah, I'm okay with him being on this list at 156. Go.
Same. I used to really like him. I didn't think he was the best rapper in the world, but he had a really smooth voice, and nothing else. His production is fantastic. For a lot of the raunchiness of his lyrics, I wasn't so much into that, but in general, I was pretty into DJ Quick for quite some time, especially. Once he started focusing more on production, I was really, really into him. I liked a lot of stuff that he produced for like Tony. I thought that was a really interesting.
It feels
expression.
good. Did he pronounce? Did he produce that?
He didn't produce that.
Okay.
But either way, DJ Quick. This album was good, and Tonight, of course, is the big hit from it, if you want to call it that, but it's definitely the standout. So, yeah, here at 156, I'll say that's okay. It was 7th.
No doubt. Do you remember the song Just Like Compton?
Yeah.
And you remember in the song where he's talking about, he's going to all these different cities and it's just like Compton. One of the cities that he talked about was San Antonio. San Antonio. They want to be like Compton. Anyway, he was talking about the night in San Antonio when he's at this club rapping and then some dude gets shot in the face. I was there that night. So, I was actually there at that night of the shooting at the club. A club called Illusions that I used to go to all the time. And the funniest thing about it is that you remember there's one song where in one of the lyrics in one of the lyrics in the song he said, sometimes I gotta wear a bulletproof vest because I got the CPT sign across my chest.
Yeah.
I forget what song that is. Anyways, it just so happened that when the shooting started, it was during that song, and they gave, and as he never broke his stride. When he started rapping, he kept rapping or whatever, right? And it was just, ironically at that verse where he said, "Sometimes I gotta wear a bulletproof vest." So as he's doing it, he puts on the bulletproof vest. While folks out there shooting, that was just crazy. That was a crazy night. Crazy night.
Wow.
Yeah. But I was actually in the house that night. So, true story.
So much like Travis Scott, people were getting killed, and he decided to continue to perform.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't happen. It didn't happen inside the club. It was like out the front of the club. I think somebody was like trying to get into the club, or whatever. So yeah, so the shooting, we heard it, and all that kind of stuff. You can go outside and see ambulance, all that kind of shit. But they didn't stop the show. You know what I mean? The show must go on. Shit, this was in the hood in San Antonio, man. Alamo Heights. What up, Alamo Heights? Y'all out there listening? Anyways, on Austin Highway, in Alamo Heights, San Antonio is a suburb of San Antonio. I'll never forget it. Anyways, I just want to tell that little story. Not that it means anything. All right.
Amazing.
Next up at number 153, we got Ice Cube with Easy Does It. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. So it contains the hit "Boys in the Hood." Also, "We Want Easy," and I got a fat girl on my jock. All that good stuff. So yeah. I'm okay with it being at 153. Go.
I've talked about Eazy many times.
Ice Cube.
Well, I love Ice Cube, but Eazy-E, the guy who performed his lyrics and continued to make money off of it, I was never a big fan of him because his whole demeanor and personality, I just wasn't really into him. But I do think this album deserves to be here, and I don't have a whole lot to say about the record or his songs. I just, this is a low-key Ice Cube album, just not really a good one in my opinion. But deserves to be here. I'll give it a 4.
Right on. I'll give it a 5. Yeah, it does deserve to be there. Just because, like I said, Ice Cube was just so good at what he did back then, and so
But it was Ice Cube, not just Ice Cube. DOC.
Yeah.
DOC also wrote a lot of his lyrics.
Yeah.
He was probably better suited for what Eazy was trying to do anyway.
Yeah, your little homie, he a crook. All right, moving right along. All right, next on the list, we're gonna go to 147. LL Cool J, Radio. All right, of course, LL. Ladies love Cool James. He's a titan of hip hop, one of the greatest rappers to ever do it. My favorite battle rapper of all time, I think, when it comes to online dissing and battling on wax. There's none better than LL. If you gave him a pen and a pad in about 2 minutes, he will rip you to shreds. He is the possessor of probably the greatest hip hop, in my opinion, the greatest hip hop battle song of all time, which is actually from this particular album, Rock the Bells, the original version of Rock the Bells. Anyways, LL Cool J, Radio. I mean, back then when this record came out, this is back in 1985, everybody was listening to it. I probably listened to this record a billion freaking times, man. Had some great hits. Obviously, the title track, Rock the Bells, Dear Yvette, That's a Lie. I Need a Beat. Just an iconic hip hop record. Every track on this, it's one of those albums where there weren't too many skippable tracks on this particular record. It was just pure boom bap hip hop with one of the greatest all time artists of all time. And the version of Rock the Bells that I like so much is not on the record. The original version of Rock the Bells with the cowbell is a battle rap, and that battle rap is just off the chain. So, anyways, it's at 147. I think it should have been in the top 100. I give it a 10. Go.
Yes, this album is a 10, and I think a lot of people agree with that. Without just kind of parodying everything you said, this is a classic album, and if you haven't heard it, you have to. Why it's here at 147 is kind of strange, but I think he's had other albums that people rate higher for whatever reason, but I think it should be higher than this, certainly. In the top 100, where, I don't know, but 147 is kind of low. But yeah, this album's a 10, and it deserves to be on the list, just higher.
Yes, definitely a top 100, and the Backpacker strikes. So, but you ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out if this was written by the Backpacker or a hipster. I don't know which one. We'll figure it out.
It's a back hipster. All right, next up, we're gonna go to number 143, Lil Uzi Vert, Eternal, a Take. I guess that's the name of it. The only reason why I'm even speaking about this motherfucking album is that my daughter loves Lil Uzi Vert, and she would play it in the car all the time. Now, my daughter Mackenzie, you out there listening, Mackenzie, love you with all my heart and soul, baby. Bless your heart, love you. Anyways, Mackenzie loves music just like her daddy. That's why one of the things I love of the billion things I love about her, one of those things that are most endearing to me is her love for music. And she sends me music all the time, and we're always sharing music and talking about music. So whenever and when she got old enough, she basically took over the car. So whenever she would get in the car, she would like take my phone, turn off what I'm playing, and she would play her own playlist and force me and her brother Noah to listen to whatever it is that she wanted to listen to. So she basically became the DJ of the car. Anyways, I say all that because she would play the hell out of Uzi Vert. And I despise mumble rap, despise it, and she would play it all the damn time. And she knew the words, and she would sing along and and it's at 143. I never purposely listened to a Lil Uzi Vert track. I would always try to distance myself while I'm driving and think about other things like global warming and all this kind of stuff. And but my daughter play it all the time, and that's what I think about is Lil Uzi Vert and mumble rap. And fuck this motherfucker. Go.
Yeah. I think I've heard something from this guy in the past, trying to figure out who he was, and thought it was total trash. Yeah, I don't like anything about this kind of music, and the only thing that I really know about this man is that he looks disgusting, and he is probably a real idiot because he's the dude who got a diamond implanted into his forehead.
Yeah, which is just stupid.
So stupid.
Yeah.
And somebody like tried to pull it off.
Of course.
And they were like, if it had gotten pulled off, he would have died. Why would you have something like that in your head?
Because you're fucking stupid. That's why.
That's what he is.
Some people just shouldn't have money. Just shouldn't.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Look at me, I'm a fucking idiot with a diamond in my forehead. Please try to kill me.
A large one at that.
Yeah, and it was worth like millions of dollars too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like if nothing else, you have a valuable jewel on your forehead. Somebody wants to take it, don't they? They can sell it, make money off of it.
I doubt you can fence it. I think you ain't like you can go to the pawn shop and like, hey, I got this diamond, check this out. Oh, ain't this the one that? Why does it have like meat on it? Is that blood?
I mean, somehow he can make his money. Either way, it's a target.
Is that flesh?
They wouldn't care. You take it to the Howard's pawn shop and be like, I give you $100 for it.
Why does it smell like ass?
Well,
no.
Either way, this man is terrible from what I've heard, and he's an idiot. And I don't think anything that he's ever made is higher than the majority of what we've seen on the list. So I give this a 0 and doesn't deserve to be on this list.
I agree. 0. Fuck him. All right, next up at 141 is one of my favorite hip-hop albums of all time, Black Moon, Enter the Stage. I'm a huge fan of Black Moon. They're one of my favorite hip-hop groups of all time. Love this album. Powerful impact. Boom from a cannon. I love everything about Black Moon. Buckshot Shorty, one of my favorite rappers, and I think this is an album that was totally underrated. Never really got its full props. Who got the props is one of the tracks from this particular record. But a lot of great tracks, great production, great beats, just mad skills on the mic. I Got You Open is one of my hip hop anthems. Love this record. Why is it 141 is a mystery to me. Backpacker, beware. I'm looking for you. And this one gets a 10. Go.
Yeah. It's a shame that, this album was popular when it came out. real heads knew what it was all about.
Oh, no doubt.
But yeah, Black Moon never became like superstars, and they should have been because they definitely were doing something special, and this album is definitely a classic. Uh, they really had a wonderful vibe on this album. Beats were just amazing, lyrics amazing, just lots of energy. Um, I am concerned about it being so low, but I'm actually happy that it's on the list. When you have something like this, uh, a list that has a bunch of mumble garbage on it, you don't expect to see something like Black Moon anywhere on the list. So I'm happy it's here. It just needs to be much higher. When I first heard Who Got the Props back in sixth grade, I was like, what? And it was like my favorite song for a long, long, long time. I loved it, and I love it to this day. I love this album, and I think it deserves to be much higher. I'd say in the top 50 at least.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Um, this is a 10.
Agree, 100%. Agree, 100%. All right, next on the list, we're going to go down to number 134, Tupac, Me Against the World. I never liked Tupac. I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. Never understood the fascination with this motherfucker. He was a decent rapper. He wasn't the best ever, nowhere near the best ever. And why he is on the level of icons in the music industry is just a fucking mystery to me. But I guess folks more astute than me can figure this shit out. It's beyond me. He wasn't a terrible rapper. His music wasn't terrible, but I think he got far more credit than he ever deserved as an artist. There, I said it. Fight me. Go. And this album gets a 1. Go.
I always say it, Tupac was not lyrical. He was an okay storyteller, but I mean, in general, I don't know why. Just like you, I don't know what the fascination with him is. I don't know when or how he became, considered the greatest. I really don't know. I guess because he died. I have no idea. But
no, he was murdered.
Yes, murdered
by Suge Knight.
Yes.
The boogeyman of hip hop.
Well, I mean, that's really not untrue.
Everyday meal. I forgot the milk in the broccoli.
What in the world? Okay, so my feelings about Tupac are well known. I believe I don't love Tupac, but and for a long time I hated him, quite honestly. But I would say around this album is around the time when I started to kind of like him, and I do like this album a little bit. It's decent, and if nothing else, it has one of my favorite songs from him on it, which is So Many Tears, which I think is actually probably his best track. Either that or Hail Mary. But,
come with me.
Hail Mary is fantastic.
Run quick, see. What do we have here now? Do you want to ride or die?
There you go.
Da 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 da. Whatever, man.
But anyway, this album, I actually kind of like it, but I'm not the biggest Tupac fan. Does it deserve to be here? I don't know. I really don't know.
Come with me.
Hail Mary. I don't know if this album deserves to be here or not, but I'll deal with it. 134, okay, I'll go ahead and we'll say it deserves to be here. But for me, this album's about a 5. But I kind of like it.
Whatever. All right. Next up, we'll stop at 128. Big Pun, Capital Punishment. Of course, the late Big Pun, dead. Big Pun, I guess he holds the distinction of being the fattest rapper ever, and I don't mean fat with a PH.
Is that true? I don't know if that's true.
I think he tipped the scales about 500 pounds. I think he got so big they had to wheel him into the studio. Did he have like a bed inside the recording booth or something?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think he was gonna sit there eating pizza and rapping at the same time.
Yeah.
I think he did. Yeah, I read somewhere that they actually had like because he couldn't sit, so he had like this big ass bed wheeled into there, so he would lay down his lyrics, from the comfort of his own bed in the studio. But rest in peace, Big Pun. This record was pretty good. It was pretty decent. It wasn't number 128, but it was decent. I like this record, and his big song was I don't want to be a player, or Still Not a Player. But he had a decent little run there for a minute, and my favorite Big Pun song is actually a posse cut he did with Beat Nuts Off the Books. So, but this record, no, it don't even belong to be on this damn list. So, well, I guess so. If you got Pretty Boy Tony or who was it, Travis Scott on this, so I guess you could have Big Pun. So I'll give it a 3. Go.
Yeah, never really was a big fan of Big Pun. I was talking to somebody about this recently. The whole, still not a player. I'm not a player. I just crush a lot. I never really liked that, and I never understood why people were like, "Oh man, this is amazing." I just never really got it. That was the first thing I heard from him, and I was like, "This is the guy people keep talking about." I don't understand, and to this day, I don't get it. But he had some good tracks. This album wasn't terrible. And like you, I mainly like his collaborations with Beat Nuts.
Yeah.
Because, Beat Nuts were pretty great. So, as far as this album goes, I mean, when people do these lists like this, they always put this album on the list. And I whatever. I mean, I think this is a case of we like him because he's dead. I don't know why it happens, but when people who aren't that great die, they get elevated to levels that they don't really deserve to be at. And maybe that's just me being cynical about it, but that's how I feel. I don't really know if this album deserves to be here, but because it is, I'm not like angry about it. 128 will probably sound about right, and I'll give it a 3.
Right on. Well, I think we're in agreement there. So you echoed. So I'm with that. All right. Next up at number 123. Now this one is I guess subject to some debate. That it should be maybe in the top 10 or top 20. Souls of Mischief, 93 Till Infinity. Damn, this was a damn good record. And this is a group that got highly slept on, but everybody who's heard this gives it mad respect though. 93 Till Infinity is a landmark album. It's not really conscious rap. It's hip hop. It's pure hip hop. But these guys just had, they were kind of like in that whole KMD. What's his name? What is his name? J. Rue. What's the guy name? Who's Ice Cube's cousin? Phony Franchise. Yeah, Del the Funky Homo Sapien, Farside. Those, they were kind of like in that little niche. Diggable Planets, all this time,
The hieroglyphics.
Yeah, the hieroglyphics. That's it. The hieroglyphics movement. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
But 93 Till Infinity is a damn good record, and the title track is a damn good title track. I'm gonna have to listen to that tonight. Go.
And you think it deserves to be in the top 20?
I say at least top 30.
Yeah. When they first came out with That's When You Lost, that's when I was like, hey, I have to listen to this album. Because there was just something about that track that just grabbed me. And then 93 Till Infinity, the title track, it became an actual classic. Like, if you talk to hip-hop heads to this day, somebody's going to mention this.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
I see a lot of people Um, you know, in Atlanta, you see people's cars that have hieroglyphics logos on them.
Yep.
If you talk to them, they're like, "Yeah, Soul Mischief. That's what I love." Like, wow, they made a mark with one album. They have other albums, but this one album is like a benchmark of rap, and that's just is amazing. Um, this album is a from front to back immensely listenable and enjoyable album,
Yes.
and I'm to this day I listen to it in the car, and I just I'm amazed by it. Um, these guys, they all have like every guy in the group has an interesting and distinguishable voice, and different personalities that come through in their raps, and it's just perfect storm, I say. Um, this album is fantastic. It is a 10, and yes, it deserves to be at least a top 20, somewhere. Um, I said Black Moon should be in the top 50. I would say they should be higher than them, but in the same area somewhere. This is a 10.
Agreed. Agreed 100%. Absolutely. All right. Next up, coming in at number 114, we got Digital Underground, Sex Packets. Now, of course, Shock G, dead. Humpty Hump, dead. Damn, that's fucked up. Yeah, he took out two in one swipe. But yeah, this was a landmark album. Back when this record came out, that's what everybody was kind of bumping was Humpty Dance and Do What You Like and those songs from the record. There was just something about this record that's kind of caught my fancy. It wasn't the greatest album, but it just hit me at the right time. So it does not belong on this list at number 114, maybe a little bit lower down on the list. But it does belong be somewhere in the top 200. Go. And I'll give this one a 5. Go.
Yeah, it needs to be a little lower than this. I don't think Digital Underground put out anything that deserves to be like, higher than the top 200, quite honestly. But you know, legends they are, and very important to the culture. So this album is okay. We've talked about it before. It's okay. It's fun. It's interesting. It's not something that you wanna listen to all the time, but it's not offensive. It's a good album for the most part. Um, I'll give it a 5.
Yeah, you're right on with that. You're right on. All right, next up at number 111, Boogie Down Productions, By All Means Necessary. Now, it's stuff like that that really kind of pisses me off. You know what I'm saying? This kind of stuff make you want you enact violence on backpackers and hedonists and people like that and hipsters and whomever else you want to talk about, man. Because there's no way this is the 111th best album of all time. It's definitely got to be in the top 100, maybe in the top 50. With just an iconic cover art of KRS-One holding the Uzi in the same pose as Malcolm X holding the AK-40. It was the AK-47 one that Malcolm X had looking out the window, and it's just something about it's something about just looking at the album cover that's kind of wistful to me, and it makes me feel kind of bad, kind of sad, all at the same time. But I played this album a lot. It had one of my favorite cuts, one of the greatest hip hop cuts of all time. Stop the Violence in Hip Hop on it with a great beat. Jimmy was on this particular album as well. Just a really good Boogie Down Productions record, and there's no way it's 111. This one gets a 10. Go.
Yep, that was 10. Fantastic production, fantastic lyrics. Which of course, you would expect that from KRS-One. I think the reason that it's kind of low on this list is because he doesn't really get a whole lot of respect. You don't hear about him much anymore when it comes to people speaking about the best rap albums, the best rap songs. He doesn't get the respect he deserves, I think. Especially since after this, he's mainly known as a positive rapper or whatever. But I mean, this is a landmark record that everybody talks about when you're talking about the top hip hop albums. Like if you're really talking about real hip hop, yeah, this is definitely something that needs to be in the conversation. Um, but it's very sad that this backpacker or whoever it was decided to put it here in between. Well, where it's in between, I'm not going to really talk about so much. But the fact that it's on a list with Lil Uzi Vert in them, I don't get it. I really don't get it. I'm not sure JG, whoever this is, who wrote about this album here. I'm not sure he listened to it. Maybe he was like, "Oh, I like the cover. I'm gonna put it at 111." I'm not sure he listened to it. I would say it deserves to be in the top 50, but it is a landmark album that needs to be, much higher than 111. The album is, to me, I think it's a 9, not a 10, but a 9, and it needs to be higher.
It's a 10, but I agree. I agree with you. All until you said it wasn't a 10, but okay. All right. You had me, and then you let me go. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, we're gonna step into the top 100. We're gonna start with number 100, and we'll keep skipping down until we get to 50, and then we'll kind of get a little bit deeper. Number 100, Run DMC, Raising Hell. Of course, Run DMC is probably they are definitely one of the most iconic hip hop groups of all time. They really kind of kicked everything off. They're the first rap group to really go big, go nationwide. They're the first rap group to have a video on MTV. First rap group to perform on American Bandstand. They really crossed over big time. And Raising Hell was the big album that got them over the hump. It has Walk This Way on it, which of course was their biggest hit. Hit It Run, which is great. You Be Illin'. It's just Proud to Be Black, y'all. Just a lot of great records on this particular album, and the title track is great. So for this to be at number 100, it's definitely a top 50. For it to be at number 100, something wrong. Go, and it gets a 10. Go.
Yeah. So I like King of Rock better, but I think that's more of my age. I'm not really sure. Both great albums. This album is definitely their what would you call it? The thing that really changed things for them in their career and for rap in general. And because of Walk This Way, of course it made them cross over and gave them some attention. But that's a pretty good track, and I don't hate them for that. This album from front to back has a lot of fantastic tracks on it, and I am a fan. 100, yeah. Like I said, I like King of Rock better. So
there is none higher.
So I can see she called me sire. But anyway, 100 I think is low. I'm not sure it should be in the top 50. I think you like Run DMC more than I do. You can debate me on it if you like.
They're legends. What can I say?
Yeah, they are.
Undeniable. It's tricky to rock a rhyme.
Tricky.
Rock a rhyme is right on time. It's tricky.
It's tricky.
How is it?
I'll go with you on the top 50. I don't know where. I would not give it a. Did you give it a 10?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know if I'll give it a 10. 8, 9.
Peter Piper is on this, man. Come on.
Yeah, it's great, but it's you. I like King of Rock better. I'm sorry, and I don't think they're both 10s. So
no, King of Rock is not a 10. It's not a 10 at all. But
no,
Raising Hell is.
No. Yeah, I don't know.
You know what you're talking about. You're a backpacker, so you know what you're talking about.
I'm a backpacker. Yeah, I'm over here praising Fly God, right? So what do I know? I'll give it an 8.
It ain't bothering me, hater. All right, man. Whatever. All right, next on the list, we're going to go down to number 94, De La Soul is Dead by De La Soul. This record does not belong to be ahead of Run DMC, but The only reason why I even bring this record up, I am a fan of De La Souls, by the way. I think they were underrated as MCs. The title, not the title track, but I liked "Ring Ring Ring," which was the first single from this particular record. I think "Ring Ring Ring" is one of their best songs ever. And the reason why I'm even talking about this is that my ex girlfriend was in the "Ring Ring Ring" video. I don't know if you ever seen the video, but the girl who's dancing and with the hat on, that is my ex girlfriend. My ex fiance, and we dated for quite a while. So every time I see this video, I think about her. So, go.
And she died, right?
Yes, she did.
Yeah, that's very sad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Ever since you told me that, I can't watch the video because it makes me sad. I didn't even know her.
Oh, word? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
You had to put some somberness in it.
Sorry, man. It's been a while, okay? So, you know.
And here's the thing about that video. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that until you told me, like, some years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I used to think that girl was so pretty.
Yes, she was.
Like,
I can attest to that.
Well, yeah. It makes me feel bad. This album, I think, is good, and I listen to it a lot. It's a lot more somber than the album before this. The freaking why does the title escape me?
Hey,
3 Feet
how
High
you
and Dry.
doing? Sorry you can't get through.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I quite enjoyed this album. I like it to this day. I like the little interludes on it. I like the skits. It's funny, It's a good album. 94 sounds about right to me, but I really do think it's one of their best albums, and it's pretty much a classic. I give it an 8.
No doubt. Next on the list, we're going to go down to number 93. I got to talk about this one. Ice Cube, Death Certificate. This is probably my favorite Ice Cube album. Alive on Arrival is just an iconic song for me. I love Alive on Arrival, man. I love it. And what was the other one I really liked about it? You Don't Associate with the Negroes. What was the name of that song?
True to the Game.
Yeah, True to the Game. No Vaseline was on this too, right?
Yep.
Yeah. But Alive on Arrival. If you never heard Alive on Arrival, you need to listen to it. It's a sad song, but the fact is that it's so sad is because it's fucking true. So it's about Ice Cube getting shot, going to the emergency room, and they just making him sit there. They had him handcuffed to the chair, right, to the bed or something.
Yep.
Yeah, and he dies waiting, because his life didn't matter. So, anyways.
He was Audi 5000.
Audi 5000, that's right. So, anyway, I give this one 9. Go.
Wow.
Nice album cover too. Toe tag on Uncle Sam. So, anyways.
Yeah. I've talked about this album many times because this was the first album I ever owned, and to this day, it is one of my favorite albums of all time. And I think it is his best album as well. This was one of the first albums I learned from front to back, and used to listen to it every day, and I still listen to it on a regular basis. My favorite tracks on it are Wrong Nigga to F With, Us, Steady Mobbin'.
Steady Mobbin', yeah.
True to the Game. True to the Game is perhaps my favorite track on the album.
Better than Alive on Arrival?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
My opinion.
Okay.
I don't know. It really resonates with me. And it's kind of funny, but at the same time, he has a real message.
Oh yeah, it's a very deep song. I give it props, man. But I thought that that Alive on Arrival was a little bit more, it was grittier. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is.
It's more impactful.
It is more impactful. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I like them both for sure. I just think the truth of the game, it works for me a lot more. This is a wonderful album. Back to every track. I think there's only one track I don't like, and that's Colorblind. I just don't really care for that track, and I'm not really sure why. But to me, aside from that, it's perfect. Kind of perfect. It's imperfect because there's a track on it I don't care for, but at the same time, it's a perfect album. I give it a 12 because I love this album to death. So that's why I might give it a 9, really. Okay, but yes, and 9 to 3 is extremely low. To me, this is a top 10 album. So, yeah.
Not top 10, but I get your sentiments.
Whatever.
So, still gets a 9. All right.
Whatever.
Next up at number 91, BDP, once again, Boogie Down Productions, Criminal Minded, You've Been Blinded, Searching for a Style Like Mine, You Can't Find It. This is Boogie Down Productions' debut album, and I came out back in 1987. I just remember, just really being into, obviously this is when I was just really just deep into hip hop. And basically I was just gobbling up everything I could get my hands on. This was in 1987. I just joined the military. The first time I heard this, this was a very pivotal time in my life. I was on my own for the first time in my life. Had money for the first time in my life. I remember, going. I was in Rantoul, Illinois. Went to a mall with a friend of mine, and I went to a record store. Man, I had back then gobs of money. It felt like gobs of money. I probably had maybe like $400 in my pocket, but I never had that kind of money, in my life before. And that's back you can buy like a cassette tape for like $5 or whatever, $4, whatever. And $4.99 you can get an album, whatever. And we went to the record store, man, and I bought so much goddamn stuff, man. I was just gobbling up stuff, man. This one I got like Criminal Minded and Public Enemy, and that I was just Biz Markie. I was getting you name it. If it was Big Daddy Kane, I was buying every fucking thing, man. And that was just like a wonderful time in my life where I was, single, didn't have a girlfriend, didn't have no bills, didn't have to worry about anything, and I had, a little money in my pocket, and that was one of my favorite days of my early adult life is being able to go to the record store, not have to worry about counting my money, so to speak, and just blow. I probably blew about, $100, $150. And my homeboy's like, what the hell are you doing? You crazy? I got to buy everything in this motherfucking store. And Criminal Minded was one of those. So that's where I got Eric B. and Rakim, Eric B. is president that day. I bought some iconic hip hop on that day. I bought the Heavy D album on that day. Living Large. Damn, that was a great day. Also, I bought the Cars Greatest Hits. So it wasn't just hip hop that I bought that day, man. But damn, I went through that store, man. I literally, man, anything I ever wanted, I grabbed that day. And that day that just resonates in my heart and my life, and Criminal Mind is part of that. So just based on that alone, South Bronx is on this record, by the way, as well. I give it 100. So I give it a 10, it should be higher up on the list as well. Go.
I heard this album a little later in life. Not in 1987, I'll tell you that.
You ever been to Rantoul, Illinois?
No.
Okay, just checking. I have. Okay, go ahead. Rantoul, hey, man, dude. Oh, sorry, me cut you off, man. But Rantoul, man, if you can just picture what a small Illinois town would look like, that's Rantoul. I remember driving like back to the base, and to the right of me and to the left of me, like wheat field. It's like right out of like the slice of middle America. That shit was just crazy. Rantoul, Illinois. Go.
And yet, you went into a record store and bought a whole bunch of good music.
Yes. Yeah, that was in Champaign. That was actually Rantoul is right. You go through Rantoul to get to Champaign, where the University of Illinois is and everything. So that was like an actual city. So the mall was actually like out on the outskirts of Rantoul in Champaign. But the base that I was stationed at was Chanute Air Force Base, and that was in Rantoul, Illinois. Anyways.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh,
So
and see, now you got me walking down memory lane. The first time I ever really experienced house music was at a party at the University of Illinois. Me and some homeboys, we just went out there just to hang out and just went to like the student center or whatever. They were having a dance or whatever. That was the first time I really kind of got in the house music. So a lot of music related things happened while I was in Rantoul. Go.
that's pretty cool.
Oh, one more thing, and that's where I got that's where I was sexually assaulted too. Was in Rantoul, by this girl who got me drunk and took me home and raped me, and that was my first sexual experience actually. This girl raped me. Men can be raped, sexually assaulted. I was sexually assaulted that night.
Anyway. How do you feel about that?
At the time, I was appalled, and I'm still appalled. But she see. I guess the thing is, she weighed like 400 pounds. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah, got me drunk. I was at this bar. What was the name of this bar? I forget. Bradley's. I think it was the name of. What was it? Bradley's? I forget. Tritos. No, Tritos. In Rantoul, Illinois, it's like a little college bar, upstairs college bar. And I'm like 19 years old, man, and they would let us buy beer there. You can buy a pitcher of beer. I was drinking pitcher after pitcher of beer. It got just totally fucked up. And I was dancing with this white girl, this cute white girl and everything. And I think I tried to get with her, but her husband didn't like that. And I got and so the bouncer threw me down the stairs, threw me out the club. And this big fat girl, she was like buying me beers and everything, right? So, and there was like a damn shuttle that we took out from the base, and the last shuttle for the night already run, so maybe like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and I didn't have a way to get back to the base, and I'm like pissy drunk. So she had an apartment close by, so she took me back to her apartment and said she would just take me to the base in the morning, and she proceeded to take me back to her place and rape me. So. That's that took a wicked turn, didn't it?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right, man. I survived. Damn, she was big, boy. Ooh, she put it on me that night though. Woo. Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what to say about it.
I couldn't say nothing about it, man. You got 200 pounds. You got 400 pounds on top of you, man. Ain't too much you can say.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
I mean, I don't have anything against 400-pound women, it's fine, but not ones who rape, and
no.
It's very sad.
Yeah, and she drove me back to the base, right? And that was she didn't say anything, I didn't say anything. That was a very awkward trip back to the base, and she dropped me off, and I never saw her again. Yeah, back then I didn't know that you could report rape as a man. You're like, what you gonna do? Go to the police? Like, hey, I got raped. Like, man, get the fuck out of here. So it was a different day and age. So anyway, I'm totally off subject. So I'm sorry. Go, man, go.
I don't even want to talk about the album now.
I know. I'm sorry, man. Go.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is a good album. I heard it later in life. And when I say later in life, I mean like in the late 90s. Certainly not in the early 80s, because the late 80s when it came out, wasn't listening to hip-hop at that time. But yes, I heard it later in life, and I liked it. And I've listened to it since then, and I still like it. I don't love it, but I do like it. And I mean, it has the P is Free remix on it, which is great, right?
But the crack costs money.
Yeah, so... I do like his album. Whether it should be here at 91, I'm not really sure. I don't hate it here. In my current sadness, I will just let it go. I'll give it a 7.
Right on. All right, next up at number 88, Cypress Hill, self-titled record, Cypress Hill. This was a game changer. They kind of ushered in a new era of hip hop. I had never heard of Cypress Hill until I read about this record in The Source. And so I immediately, they did a review of it, and I immediately went to the store and bought the Cypress Hill LP. Glad I did. This is one that has pigs on it, and how I can just kill a man. There was another one. What was the other one? That was big on this. It was like this was a really good record. What was the other one? Latin Lingo. There's another one.
Real Estate.
How I Can Just Kill a Man. But what?
Well, A to the K was not on this record.
Who?
But I said A to the K, but it's not on this record.
No.
Um,
What was it? Dun, 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 dun.
that's Kill Man.
No.
Yes.
No, I'm thinking about, what was the other one? The Funky Field one. The Funky Field one. I was thinking about, the Funky Field one is on this as well. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I give this one 8. Go.
Really?
Yeah, I give it 8.
Huh. Okay. Well, 8 or 9, I guess. Not a perfect album, but certainly a great album. I was hardcore in Cypress Hill when they came out, and I couldn't get enough. This is a classic album, and I don't know anybody who has heard it who doesn't love it. I was a Cypress Hill fanatic, and then when House of Pain came out, and they had an affiliation with them, it just made me love them even more. So this album is fantastic, and everything I just named on here, those are my favorite tracks. Real Estate, I just can't get enough Real Estate. And Latin Lingo is one of my favorites.
Sin Dog, Be Real.
Sin Dog is the man. DJ Muggs, one of the best producers of all time, in my opinion. Because he had his own style that later on people tried to copy him, but he was quite original.
Insane in the brain.
And you
what this thing got no brain. So
that's Black Sunday,
I know. I'm just saying, I just like Sin Dog in that particular record.
Yeah. I mean, Sin Dog was Be Real and Sin Dog have quite a chemistry.
Yeah.
And they both have distinctive voices and cadences, and they are super funny, in my opinion.
Who was Sin Dog's brother? I'm trying to remember. His brother was also a hip hop artist. Who was Sin Dog's brother? What's his name? Damn, I'm getting old.
The dude from
who was it? Was it the guy from Delinquent Habits? No, it wasn't. Was it?
No. Well, I think so.
Nah. He was a solo guy.
Kid Frost is a brother, but he's not.
Who?
Huh?
Not
Kid
Kid.
Frost?
No, not
No,
Kid
not
Frost.
Kid
It wasn't Kid Frost. Who was it?
Let me see.
Damn.
Maybe the guy from Delinquent Habits. Let me see.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't Delinquent Habits.
He produced that album, so.
Mellow Man Ace. That's who it was. Mellow Man Ace.
Yeah, Mellow Man Ace. That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes. Okay.
That's right. Anyway, this album is fantastic. It's a 10 for me. Well, okay, maybe not a 10. It's a 9, and it deserves to be much higher than this, I think, in the top 50.
I can live with that. I can live with that because it was groundbreaking. It kind of ushered in a new level of hip hop. So yeah, I can live with that.
They had a good run at first.
Yeah, they did. They are definite bona fide legends of hip hop. So I mean, I don't think you ever hear anybody say anything bad about Cypress Hill.
Well, I hear people a lot of times talking about cannabis rap is played out, and that makes me angry.
It might be played. It is played out a little bit, but whatever. I mean, but at its heyday, they were the ones who, they were at the top of the cannabis hill, so to speak. So but no kingdom lasts forever. So, anyways, speaking of kingdoms, next on the list we'll go down to number 82, Slick Rick, The Great Adventures of Slick Rick. Of course, Slick Rick came into prominence with Doug Fresh and the Get Fresh crew, Lottie Dottie, We Likes to Party, The Show, and all that kind of stuff. There are just some records that come out, and you just remember where you are the first time you heard, a song from it or whatever. It became part of your consciousness or whatever. I remember the first time I heard Children's Story is the biggest record from this particular album, but this is a great fucking album. I remember the first time I heard Children's Story. I was in the military. I was working night shift, and I was on lunch. It was probably about 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. I go back to the dorms, back to my room. And it was this dude, I knew his name was Sheldon Jackson. He had like the loud, you always got that one dude that got like the loudest stereo, and he like plays it, at 100 and has the door open, the windows up.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm walking to my room, and you can hear you hear the music bellowing or whatever. Right? He was playing Children's Story, and I just remember that beat, dum 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 dum, and all I could hear was the beat. I couldn't hear it was so loud I couldn't even hear the lyrics. It was so much bass in there. He had the bass way up, but that beat, man, I'm like, what in the hell is that? I'm like, Jack, what is that, man? He's like, man, that's Slick Rick, yo. You got to get this. You got to get this joint. And so I immediately went out and bought the Great Adventures of Slick Rick, and just a great freaking album. Treated Like a Prostitute is on this, man. The one about the what's his name? Hey Young World is on this. Mona Lisa is on this record, man. It's just a really, really, really good hip hop album with an iconic, all time great song on it. I think what's his name? Not Jazzy Jeff. What was his name? The one that got shot, killed. Run DMC's DJ. What was his name? Jam Master Jay produced. Jam Master Jay. Yeah, rest in peace, Jam Master Jay. He produced some of these tracks. I think he produced "Treat Like a Prostitute." I think he did that beat. But anyway, at 82, I'm okay with it being at 82, but this record gets a 10. Go.
Yeah, this album's it's pretty great, and I didn't understand how great it was until I actually listened to it all the way through in the late '90s. When I got it from you, actually, and this is a fantastic album.
Yes.
The beats are, if you listen to it now, you might say, oh, it's kind of dated, but it's dated in a good way. Like it reminds you of a different time.
No, but you want to know what I hate though? I don't mean to cut you off, but you know what I hate is that Montel Jordan gets more credit for this beat than people think that Slick Rick sampled that he sampled Montel Jordan. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. That's some bullshit.
Weird that Montel Jordan did the song in 1995 and this was 1988, so kind of strange, ain't it?
Yeah, but that's how stupid folks are. I mean,
but people, people don't know. They don't know anything about Children's Story, and they don't know anything about Slick Rick.
But I guess what I'm saying is, whenever anybody hears that beat, especially folks who don't know hip hop, they hear that beat, the first thing they'll think of is this is how we do it.
Because that was a mega hit.
Yeah.
I actually I went to a restaurant yesterday, and that song, they played that song in the restaurant, and everybody was just like really into it, just like singing it, everything. That was a mega hit.
Yeah.
And Children's Story was not. So everybody knows it. Like it's a to this day.
Well, Children's Story was a huge hit, but it was a huge hip hop hit. It wasn't a global. Yeah, it wasn't a global. Yeah.
So to me, in that regard, I can understand why people would associate that beat with Montel Jordan. But if people say, this song either ripped off Montel Jordan or sampled it, that's crazy. But
I would go out on a limb and say that the Children's Story beat is one of the greatest beats in the history of hip hop.
It is.
So.
It is. Yeah. So anyway, I like this album. It has a lot of really great songs on it. My favorite track is "The Moment I Feared." I really like this story.
Great. Yes. Great. Yes.
I don't know if you know Tricky at all, but
because "The Moment I Feared" it had to do with rape, didn't it? Getting raped? Yeah. Okay.
Well,
male rape.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's that wasn't the point of the song.
Yeah, I get it. But that was the moment he feared.
That was the moment he feared. But there were a lot of moments that he feared in that song.
Yeah.
Yeah. He feared getting beaten up and having his chains taken.
Yeah.
He feared what is his name? Danny Boy Blue coming in and shooting him after he smashed his girlfriend. And he feared the cops finding out that he killed Danny Boy. So that's I think that's his best track, quite honestly. I just love that story, and they call it trip hop. The trip hop artist Tricky did a cover of it, and it's not as good, but he goes in a slightly different direction. He doesn't kill Sarah, unlike Rick. Rick kills Sarah, and Tricky does not. So it's very interesting. But they both get raped at the end. Pull your trousers down and bend over. Um, this album is a 10 for me as well. But I am okay with being at 82.
Right on. Oh, by the way, postscript to this. I told you my homeboy Jack. That's when I first heard Jack was playing it. Jack has a special place in my heart. Sheldon Jackson, if you're out there listening, love you, man. Sheldon Jackson introduced me to Wu-Tang Clan. I've never heard of Wu-Tang Clan until Jack came to my house and said, "Dude, you gotta listen to this." And he made me listen to the whole album. I was like, "Dude, what the fuck?" Because me and Jack we would drink beer, play dominoes, and we played dominoes. And he put 36 Chambers on, and it was a wrap. So I have Jack to thank for my love for Wu-Tang Clan. So Jack, if you're out there listening, love you, man.
Yeah, Jack, I don't know you, but I appreciate you.
No doubt. All right, we're gonna move on a little bit. Let's see here, cause we got number 74, Public Enemy, Fear of a Black Planet. Of course, Public Enemy during their heyday, they were the biggest hip hop group in the world. These dudes, I mean, for about a 3-year period, from 87 to 90, there was nothing bigger on this planet when it came to hip hop than Public Enemy. Loved this group. I remember seeing them live in concert on the Run House tour. Man, the Run House tour, man, it had Run DMC, of course. You had motherfucking Public Enemy. You had motherfucking EPMD. You had motherfucking Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. That was one hell of a damn show. One hell of a show. Fear of a Black Planet. This is the one that had one of the greatest hip hop songs of all time. Probably Public Enemy's biggest hit, which is "Fight the Power." Yep. Also had 911 as a joke. Polly Want a Cracker. Just a lot of iconic songs on this particular record. And I remember this one was like one of the most anticipated records in my lifetime. I remember the day it came out. I couldn't wait to get off work that day and drive out to Sound Warehouse in San Antonio. I mean, I went there in my uniform. As soon as I got off work, hopped right in my truck, drove way the fuck out, because the base was in Randolph Air Force Base was in Universal City, and I drove out to San Antonio to get this record, and I couldn't listen to it fast enough. This also had what was it? What was the first title? The first track from this?
I'm working out.
No. I mean, what was the first single? Damn it. Dun, dun, dun.
Welcome to the Terradome.
Yeah, Welcome to the Terradome. I remember the first time I heard Welcome to the Terradome was at a nightclub called the Hip Bone. Because that was the first single. The album hadn't come out yet. And the first time I heard Welcome to the Terradome, I was like, damn, we ran to the damn dance floor. But yeah, this is iconic Public Enemy record. It definitely deserves to be in the top 100. 74, I think it should be a little bit higher up on the list than 74, but I'm okay with it being at 74. Go.
I've said it a billion times, and I will say it a billion more. This is my favorite Public Enemy album. As great as Nation of Millions is, this is the one that did it for me, probably because it was the first one that I heard. And I love this from front to back. Not a bad track on this album, in my opinion. I can't get enough of it to this day. Like I said, I've spoken about it at length, so I won't do it now, but I'll just say this is a perfect album. This is like a 15 for me. Deserves to be in the top 10.
Okay, right on. I'm not going to dispute that. I think Take Nation of Millions is better, but that's just me.
Most people do.
Yeah.
But
maybe because it is.
It might be a bit of nostalgia, but mainly probably because it's because I'm more familiar with it. It's the thing that got me into Public Enemy. I say that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, I'm gonna jump down to number 68. Juvenile, 400 Degrees, and for one reason only, back that ass up. it's one of those few songs that every time you hear it, you gotta just dance to it, and that beat is just once again just one of those iconic hip hop beats that I was never a big fan of Juvenile's, but this song is indelible, and this album don't deserve to be anywhere near this damn list, but just because it has that one song on it, I'm gonna go ahead and say it's okay at number 68, and I'll give it a 10 just because it has just a tremendous song on it. Back That Ass Up, and I can't really listen to Back That Ass Up anymore. I'm thinking about Prince Harry? Is it Prince Harry or Prince William?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, it's Prince William, I believe.
Is Prince William? Yeah. I just
the video.
Yeah. I mean, that's just hilarious, man. And,
I don't know what exactly was happening in the video for real, but
bombing or something, or some sort of attack. Or something.
Yeah. It was something urgent that he had to stop the interview.
Yeah, it's like, man, doom. It's like, all right, go.
It works, though.
You working with that ass yet? Woo. Go ahead, man.
So yeah. One big thing is I've not heard this album since 1998 because I gave it to you and you never gave it back.
Yeah, that's what you get, man, for taking my resident patient. Okay, so
I did not. We don't need to have this conversation again. I told you what happened to it.
I want my resident patient back, nigga.
It is recorded that what happened to the album. Go back and listen to some of our other shows, and what happened to that is there. I told you what it was. Stop telling me about it, okay? Resident patient. I have my own copy of it. What I do not have is the movement because you never gave it back to me. So there you go. Anyway, this album, I liked it a lot. I bought this album because he had so many good singles from it, and I ended up liking a whole lot from this thing. I think of all the Cash Money guys, Juvenile was the best, and he was funny and he actually had kind of a flow. So I'm pretty much into this album, and then I no longer have possession of it. So I don't remember it. I don't remember it entirely.
I guess it's somewhere right beside my resident patient. So.
Well, all right. Anyway, I thought it was a good album. From my memory, it was at least a 7. Whether or not it should be at 68 is questionable. Probably somewhere much, much lower. Probably shouldn't be on a top 200 album list, but
No, it shouldn't.
But this album's actually pretty good. And the title track, 400 Degrees, I remember, was one of the better tracks on it.
Not bad. 400 Degrees, not bad.
Yeah. I quite like it. I give it about a 7.
This was Cash Money, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, whatever. All right. Okay, moving on. Let's see here. Let me just move on. Okay, number 58, Ice Cube, America's Most Wanted. This was his debut solo album. So it's iconic for a number of different reasons. It has once again some great tracks on it. This one had Who's the Mac on it, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The Nigga You Love to Hate. And Once Upon a Time in the Projects, yo, I damn near had to slap a hoe. So this is another iconic record, and I definitely give it a 10. And yeah, it's solid at number 58. Go.
Number 58 is about right for it. People often say this is his best album, but I don't actually think so. But it is a fantastic album.
It's not his best album, no.
Yeah, but a lot of people say it, and I don't really know why. Like, he didn't even have, like, a big hit off of it, from what I remember.
Who's the Mac was pretty big. It's on in hip-hop circles. Who's the Mac?
Yeah, hip-hop circles, but, I mean, after that, he had much bigger singles.
Yeah.
So it's just, I don't know. But anyway, this is a great album. It really is. I mean, produced by Bomb Squad. Come on.
Yeah.
This is a record I like to listen to if I'm going on like an Ice Cube binge. I don't listen to it on that often, but um, you know, yeah, I think it certainly deserves to be on the list. 58. Uh, I don't hate it here, and I'll give it about a 7. But you know, this is just. I think perhaps coming after NWA, people were really excited about what it was going to do, and perhaps it didn't. It did not disappoint them.
No, it did not disappoint. No, it did not.
And that's why it's so beloved to lots of people. But I don't feel it that way. 58 is about right, and it is a 7 for me.
Right on. All right, next up at number 57. Okay, this is infuriating. So, number 57, Beastie Boys, License to Ill. This is by far, a top 10 of all time hip hop record. We've talked about this record before. This is this is the greatest album by a white hip hop artist ever, group or solo. Without a doubt, it is the gold standard of white hip hop. I take that shit. Yeah, I know exactly. But I mean, as far as white artists go, this album is at the top of the fucking white folk pile, you know. And for it to be at number 57 is a fucking travesty. We've talked about this record before. Rhyming is still in a drunken state. No Sleep Till Brooklyn. Hold It Now, Hit It. Paul Revere. She's Crafty. It's go.
Yeah, we talked about this at length. We have a whole show about it. And it is quite low, and I'm surprised it's so low. I'm very surprised. But, actually, I bet when we go further, Paul's Boutique is going to be in the top 10. Because while that album was a failure at first, it was a flop, in later years it became a bona fide classic. So I hear more people talking about Paul's Boutique than License to Ill. I think it's going to be higher on this list. But we'll see. Yes, this is a top 10 record, and it is a 10 all the way. And, I love House of Pain. So it's kind of hard for me to say that this is the best white rap album ever, because I think the first House of Pain album might be better, in my opinion. But
you fucking drunk. You are fucking drunk. But okay.
Maybe I am drunk. Who knows?
Yeah.
That's how I feel. But to me, both those
out
albums
your fucking mind. But okay.
There we go.
You out your fucking mind.
Well, I mean, how do you feel about that album? Do you think that's a 10?
House of Pain is not better than Beastie Boys. On their best day, they can't touch the Beastie Boys.
I didn't say the group was better than Beastie Boys.
That album is not better than License to Ill.
Well,
Nowhere near.
In my opinion.
Your opinion is wrong. I'm just saying.
To be wrong, I don't know. I don't know. I have a bigger connection to that album. And if we're trying to quantify about white people rapping, I guess that's how I feel. Whatever. But to me, they're both 10s. So there you go.
I know what the hell you're talking about, but okay. All right. Okay, we're moving on down the list. Okay, we're gonna stop at number 51. The Roots, Things Fall Apart. Of all the albums in the history of hip hop, I think this is the only album where even if you never listen to it, you need to buy it for the album cover. It's a great record, and I think the thing people remember most about this particular record are the album covers. There were multiple covers, and I bought it based on the strength of the album cover myself. It just words can't express how ingenious it was, and it depicted photos from just iconic photos from indelible moments in history. Anything from the racial oppression of the 1960s to the Hiroshima bomb blast. It's just a great concept, and the album is actually great as well. So the Roots, of course, are an iconic hip hop band, and I'm okay with it being number 51. Go.
I think it's interesting that you call them the Roots when they don't even call themselves that. But
Yeah, it's pronounced root. It's supposed to be pronounced root. That I'm just saying, it's root,
if you say so.
not root. It's root.
Okay. Well, they are the Roots. So.
They're the roots.
At any rate, I agree with everything that you've said about this album. And I have bought many albums based on album covers, and this definitely is one of those. I think if you see it, if you've never heard it before, you have to pick it up because of the cover. And this one that they have here in this list is the one that I own because that's just what a stark cover that is there. Like that is fantastic. But I've said it before. The reason why I bought the album was not because of the cover. It was because I was with you when we got the record. We went to get it from Media Play, and we listened to it in the car.
Yes.
Like immediately, didn't even get out of the parking lot. And the first track on the album is Table of Contents, Part 1. And that is perhaps the messiest, most ramshackle rap song I've ever heard. But man, it was brilliant.
Yes.
And from just hearing that first, it's not even very long. It's like less than a minute and a half. But just hearing that, I was like, I have to own this album myself. I have to buy my own copy of this. It's just wow. That's one of the best openings to an album I've ever heard. And the whole album just does not disappoint from there. So, classic album, at least in the top 20. This is it's a 9 for me.
I cannot deny you on that assertion. Okay, cool. All right. Now we're gonna go ahead and push into the top 50. We'll go through each one of these, and I know it's getting kind of late. We're about an hour, we're almost 2 hours in, so we'll run through it as quick as we can. But anyways, top 50. Here we go. And we talked about it at the beginning of the show. EPMD, they made this top 50. EPMD, right at number 50. And I did not know this because this is my first time looking at this list. Anyways, EPMD came in at number 50 with Strictly Business. And this one that had You Got to Chill, the title track on it. It's My Thing. It's something about E-Double and PMD that I really just like about these cats or whatever. And like I said, they performed at the Run House tour, and I remember, I'd actually never heard of EPMD until I saw them at the Run House tour. So, but they were great, and Strictly Business number 50. I'm okay with that. Go.
I'm also okay with it being at number 50. I'm glad it's on the list. Eric and Parrish Making Dollars. I was telling someone recently. I was talking about EPMD for whatever reason. I don't know why. Oh, because I was going through a period of listening to EPMD like every day, sort of recently, and I don't know why. But EPMD was the first hip hop group that I was just obsessed with. And then after that, I got really hardcore into Dawes Effects, and I was in love with the Hit Squad. Just they could do no wrong for me in the early 90s. Strictly Business is a brilliant record, and I love EPMD. I love this album. I love a lot of the tracks on here. It is not their best, in my opinion. The best is
Business as Usual.
Yes. And they kind of fell off a little bit later on, but they have some classics under the belt, and this is one of them. But number 50, being their debut album, I'm okay with it being there. I guess I give it an 8.
Right on. Number 49, NWA, Straight Outta Compton. Of course, we all know who NWA is. Dr. Dre, MC Ren, Ice Cube, Eazy-E, Yella. Did I leave anybody out? I don't think I did.
No.
Did I? No. All right. Obviously, huh?
Jerry Heller.
Jerry Heller. Yeah. Just a great group. Obviously, they ushered in gangster rap, And oh shit, let's see what the backpacker had to say. Look at this. One of hip hop's crucial albums. It was a bombastic, cacophonous car ride through Los Angeles' burnt out and ignored hoods. A white dude wrote that. The fuck out of here. It belongs in number 49, but that's ridiculous. Go.
Why do I see what you just read there?
I don't know. I'm looking right at it. You know.
Huh. That's not what by KG.
No.
Huh.
I don't know who did that, but that's what it says. Yeah.
I don't know, but anyway, KG wrote something different, and it wasn't nearly as
Who?
pretentious as
Kevin Garnett?
Kevin Garnett, yeah. And I think he knows his hip hop. At any rate, this is a good album. It is, it gets a lot of respect, and I don't think I need to say much about it that people have not already heard. I'm not going to say anything pretentious like whoever wrote what you just read there, but this is a
cacophonous. Get the fuck out of here.
It does have a great cacophonous sound. There's, lots of samples and loud beats and noise. It is a noisy album. That's true.
Okay, I'm gonna talk about hip hop, and I'm gonna use the word cacophonous. The fuck out of here. That's what I'm saying. That's what he said. I'm gonna write about hip hop, and I'm gonna use the word cacophonous.
I mean, the weird thing about the word cacophonous is mainly it means a bunch of sounds put together and not really making, a coherent sound. So
I know that, you know that, but a lot of folks don't. That's the point. The point I'm making is that.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it doesn't really.
Someone who's out of.
It's just weird.
Someone who's out of touch would use that to describe this record. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do wonder why he said that.
Because he's white. That's why.
You mean I be white?
He got a degree in literature from Princeton. Okay, let me throw this one out here and see how many niggas catch on. Get the fuck out of here. Dude, this is a bombastic the fuck out of here.
I don't know.
He did that shit on purpose, man. That's what I'm saying. He did that shit on purpose, man. He try to belittle us, man. And I don't like that.
Okay, I don't like that either. I don't like it because...
Damn it, my vocabulary is motherfucking deep. I'm walking goddamn thesaurus. You can't sneak no motherfucking words by me. I know how to fucking enunciate. I know how to spell. I know how to fucking read. You can't sneak that shit by me, man. I'm fucking smart. Fuck you. Rat bastard.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
For all the listeners who don't know what cacophonous means, I'll just say it's not really positive, so it's strange that is.
That's a spelling bee word. That's what I'm saying. Use that shit in a fucking sentence. That's what I'm saying, man.
And I have been in and won many spelling bees in my life. And again,
was cacophonous one of the words?
It may have been. I don't know. But
use it in a sentence. Sit your cacophonous ass down.
That is not the correct usage of the word. You were telling me using it in a sentence to get the contestant or whatever to spell it right. They would get it wrong. It's like, that's not what it is. But anyway, this album, Straight Outta Compton, it's pretty good. I'll give it a 9. 49 though is okay.
Cacophonous. The fuck out of here. All right, man.
Once again, cacophonous is not positive. So the pretentious writer here just, try to go over your head.
Exactly.
Hate him for it.
Exactly. Anyway, so I gotta find him. All right. Next on the list, number 48, J Dilla Donuts. Who?
Okay. Wow. You're about to get flamed. You're about to get flamed.
J Dilla. Who the fuck is J Dilla?
Get flamed.
Okay.
Flamed.
Flame me. Who is J Dilla?
J Dilla is known as one of the best hip hop producers of all time. So,
it don't mean shit to me.
Perhaps. Well, okay. I guess it really depends on what kind of hip hop you listen to.
I guess if you walk down the street, with your cacophonous headphones on, and you stop at the next person you see and say, "Hey, you got some J Dilla?" Get the fuck out of here. Come on.
So, So, what do you say about Jay Dilla's Donuts?
I ain't got shit to say. 'Cause I don't know who the fuck he is, man. So go.
Oh, I hope you get flamed. I hope you get flamed.
I got some cacophonous
Uh,
for your ass. Shit. I'll be right
yeah,
back.
he is known as being one of the best hip hop producers of all time. And however, he's also, in my opinion, um, a case of someone being elevated after their death.
Oh, he
Because
dead?
yes, he died like right uh, after this album came out.
Let me
Rather
guess. Let me
before,
guess. Homicide.
no, he had like leukemia.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh shit, that's fucked up. Well, Jay Dilla, rest in peace.
And but you may not know him, but lots of heads know. And actually, he was best friends with Common and Busta Rhymes.
And
And and
and okay,
and
I'm friends with Busta Rhymes and Common. So that makes my album cacophonous. Fuck man, get out of here.
well, what
What
I
up?
was about to say is
What?
a lot of his beats still appear on their albums to this day. Um,
Man, Jay Dilla's
uh,
beats are cacophonous.
D- Dilla gave Busta Rhymes pretty much all of his beats, so he's kind of the distributor of his beats now. He gives different beats to different rappers. That's how Raekwon got um, House of Flying Daggers. Dilla produced that too.
What's your point?
So I'm telling you, he was a great producer. You like House of Flying Daggers, right?
I pop off like a mobster boss. Ain't your hair with
So,
the lobster sauce. What you think?
so I mean, that's a fantastic beat, right?
Yeah.
Dilla was a fantastic producer. I'll say this though,
Mhm.
uh, Donuts is a good album. Yes, it is. Certainly for its production. He was not really a great rapper, so if you call this one of the best hip hop albums because of the beats, yes, it is. But he's not really a great rapper in my opinion. Does it deserve to be 48? No. Um, Somewhere in the top 100, but 48, no. I think the album's an 8. 48 is really high for it, but I don't hate it for being up here. I think it's really pretentious for them to put it here
It's
because
not pretentious. It's cacophonous.
exactly. There you go. Let's move on.
All right, enough about that. Enough about him. Anyway, rest in peace, Jay Dilla, whoever you are. All right. Next up, Missy Elliott, Super Duper Fly. Of course, Missy Elliott is I guess she's the icon of female black hip hop music.
She said, I guess.
Yeah, I mean I wasn't a huge fan of her. I liked that one song. Got you popping off like some Crisco. What was that? What was that song? The one with the Brat.
That's
Uh,
that's talking to me.
yeah, Sock It To Me. I like Sock It To Me. That was okay. That was okay. And the one about get in my car. What song was that?
That is the rain.
Yeah, yeah. So those two are alright, but okay, 47. She a female. Alright, whatever.
Ah, so I've said it a billion times, there, and I might get flamed for this, but it's actually true. There aren't that many great um, female MCs, and it's not because they're women, but it's just because there aren't that many of them. And saying that, Missy's one of the best, and she, if nothing else, this album here had some of the best singles of the time. This is an iconic album, and I have no problem with it being here. As a whole, I kind of think the album is overrated, but
Overrated.
yes. But is it bad? No, it's not bad. I think all of her albums are somewhat overrated, but I don't hate them. Um, uh, 47, just because she is so important, I'll go ahead and I'll say 47 is okay with her being up here. But, having listened to this album before, I'd have to rate it like a 6 or a 7. I really don't think it's that great, but certainly she has some wonderful singles, okay? That's how I'll say. She is one of the best female rappers of all time.
Number 46. Tyler the Creator, Call Me If You Get Lost. Uh,
Who?
Tyler the Tyler the
I know Tyler.
Tyler the Creator, the cacophonous one. Um, at number 46 with Call Me If You Get Lost. I've never heard this record. I'm not a huge fan of Tyler's music anyway, so it wasn't meant for me. So it's like, no, don't belong to be on this list because I don't know anything about it. So go.
I don't know anything about this album either. I don't listen to Tyler. I don't like Tyler. I don't think I've ever heard anything from him that I like. Um, what I know about him is that he's a misogynist, and he does a lot of things to to shock people and try to make you hate him, and it works.
Ain't this the guy who what's his name is fucking
Jaden Smith.
yeah.
That's a rumor. I don't know how true it is, but
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. But I can tell you, I don't think this album is better than anything that we've talked about on this list already.
No.
I've never heard it. There is no way that this album should be at number 46, higher than all these albums that we've talked about. Why is this thing came out last year? How is this one of the best albums of all time? Somebody is just, they don't know what they're talking about. And I'm mad about it just seeing it here. Like this is the first. This is the. We didn't go through all of the albums on here, so I don't actually know what is on this entire list. But this is the first time I've stopped and looked and like, what? Why is this thing here? Number 46. It just came out.
And it's better than it's better than Straight Outta Compton, man.
Huh?
It's better than Straight Outta Compton.
I'm trying to figure out why that is, because it's not about the time period, but it's just like you haven't even had the time to live with this album to know if it's one of the best albums of all time. Seriously, like, really?
Somebody's a prisoner of the moment. That's all.
Exactly. And here we go with the ODB ripoff album cover too.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah.
I'm like, come on now, y'all, stop with the pretentious cacophonousness. Cacophony is what it will be. Sorry, it doesn't work. I don't like Tyler, and I didn't like him in Odd Future. I didn't like anybody associated with them, and it's just, I don't understand the popularity of this guy. He doesn't even rap so much now as much as he does sing. So why is it here? Really strange. I've never heard it, and I'm not going to listen to it, and it doesn't deserve to be on this list. I'll give it a 0.
All right, man. If Tyler, the Creator, right there listening, fuck off.
And you know what? If he heard this, he would probably reply and say some really terrible things, because he does that.
Come on with it, Tyler, the Creator, whoever you are.
Doesn't your daughter like him?
I doubt it.
I bet she does.
Hey, she's into Youngblood. Yeah, whom I saw in concert, and the concert was great. So, all right.
So.
Yeah, it was. It was actually really good. All right. Next on the list, number 45, LL Cool J. Ladies love Cool James. Mama Said Knock You Out. This is probably his most well known hip hop album. He's had a lot of great albums. I think Bad was his best album, but that's just me. But anyways. A lot of iconic songs on this particular record. Booming System, which is just freaking great. I Shot You. Is I Shot You on? No, I Shot You's not on this, is it?
No, that's
okay.
on.
Okay, yeah, I was on the one.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, Mr. Smith. Okay. All right. Illegal Searches on this. So there are some pretty decent records on this. But I don't think it's at number 4. I don't think it's number 45. I don't think it's his best record. But yeah, Booming System really puts it over the top for me. So I'm okay with it being at number 45, but I wouldn't be fretting it was at number 60 either. Go.
Yeah, I agree with you. I can understand why it's here. I understand, if nothing else, this is his most well-known album because of his most well-known song, which is the title track.
Yeah.
So, which I'll say it once, and I'll I'll say this forever. So upset that he performed this song when I saw him, and like cut it off and then went into something else. I'm like, why would you do that? Why do you do the whole thing?
Tell me, Mama said
So
knock you out.
yeah,
Yeah.
blew my mind. Like I was very upset. Um, Also, that performance as a whole wasn't wonderful. I don't go see LO in concert if you can help it. Um, at any rate, this album is pretty good, and like you said, Booming System is if nothing else, you put it in, listen to it, and then turn it off. I'll
Marley
let
Marl produced that track, by the way.
huh?
Marley Marl produced Booming System.
And Marl is a he is a legend, and to this day he's still producing some really good tracks. So
Yes.
shout to him. This album is a 7 to me. I don't hate it being at 45, but it's probably a little too high.
Right on. All right, next up, number 44, Jizza, Liquid Swords. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. This is my favorite Jizza record. Obviously, Jizza is the genius from the Wu-Tang Clan. Also, he was the guy who did Come Do Me. So,
Yeah, do that.
Come Do Me. Oh my God. I still can't get over the fact that that dude did the Jizza and the genius are the same people. And he went from
We know
Come
why
Do
he's
Me
here.
to I know, but still, man. Damn. I bet he looks at that. He just shudders. I bet. I wonder if he even if he even claims that. That's just shameful. That's just shameful. But
Have you watched the show, the Wu Tang um, American Saga?
I never really got into it. To be honest with you, man, I watched a couple episodes, but I never really got into it. I don't know why I just didn't.
I don't know. I actually really like the show. I love it.
Does he do Come Do Me in that?
He actually he does.
Oh
And
wow.
he it's not really him, of course.
Yeah.
But they talk about it, and they show him doing an album signing for or a photo shoot for Words from the
Words from the
Genius.
Genius.
And he's like, what am I even doing? He looked so bored, and he was like, man, I don't want to
Come
do
Do Me.
So I mean, he acknowledges it for sure, but it's part of his legend. But you know, for all
Anyways,
intents and purposes,
we're talking too much about Come Do Me, but
Liquid Swords
yes.
is known as his first album.
And Liquid Swords, of course, the song is just ridiculously great, man. And I love that opening. When I was young, my father was famous. He was the greatest samurai in the empire, and the Shogun's decapitator. I mean, that was the greatest openings to a song, man, in hip hop history. In my agree, you know, they were supposed to kill my father, but they didn't. That was the night everything changed.
Sometimes you gotta flash them back. Let them know how they don't know how this started, where it came from. Sometimes you just gotta flash them back. Do the knowledge when the MCs came.
Live out the name. And to perform, some had to snort cocaine,
To
act insane. I mean,
rocked it on.
That mental plane, spark your brain. It just Liquid Swords is a great fucking song, man. And the album is freaking great, man. You know what I mean? But that opening track, man, is just that's one of the few albums, man, where the opening track, it just makes you like, fuck it, I don't really need to listen to no more of it because I know it's fucking dope. You know what I'm saying?
But you're doing yourself a disservice if you don't.
I know, but I'm saying it just the opening, the title track just fucking just grabs a hold of you, man. It don't let you fucking go, man. That once again, they sent the ninja spies to our house. I mean, that shit is so fucking dope.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm okay with it being number 44, but it can definitely be higher on this list if you want it to be. But I love this fucking album, man. Go.
I'm not happy with it being at number 44. Because as you know, Jizza is my favorite MC from Wu-Tang, and perhaps my second favorite MC of all time. Second or third, I go back and forth. This album is unparalleled, and it is his best album. But his first, not counting Words from the Genius, but in my opinion, his first three albums.
Come to me. I love Beneath the Surface. I adore Beneath the Surface, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Liquid Swords, Beneath the Surface, Legend of Liquid Sword, and wow, even after that, Pro Tools I think is a fantastic album, and then the one he did with DJ Muggs is great. And he's not had an album since then. He probably has one of the best runs of hip hop records of all Wu Tang, and Liquid Swords is a perfect album. And people who don't agree with that, I will meet them on the day of the purge because you don't know what you're talking about.
Ooh, okay. Fighting words.
I mean, really, it's like you said. It starts off perfectly, and there's Shogun Assassin samples throughout the record. That's just like a great theme of the record. Look at the album cover. It really just the cover, the samples, the beats, and of course his words. All of it just kind of come together as just a masterpiece. So
and the way it cut together that opening monologue is not even the actual. That's not the full monologue. I don't know if you know that or not.
Yeah, I mean, if you've seen the movie, you know.
Yeah, but a lot of folks think that it is. I guess that's a misconception. But anyway.
Yeah. And shout to Quentin Tarantino.
Yes.
For putting Shogun Assassin in Kill Bill.
Yeah.
And actually showing that scene.
Yeah.
Because of course he loves that movie himself, but that was just the fact that he put it there, like in that sequence, shows how much he actually loves Wu-Tang too.
They were supposed to kill my father. That was prophetic. So.
Yeah. So anyway, Liquid Swords is a 26 to me, and
people said his brain was infected by devils. He wasn't scared of the Shogun, but the Shogun was scared of him. Maybe that was the problem. Oh, that shit is dope, man. Oh, that is so dope. Jeez.
And like I said, the whole album to me is great. Like I don't think there's not one bad song on the album. And the weird thing about it is, the album does not end with a Jizza track. It ends with Kill a Priest.
Yeah, basic instructions before leaving Earth.
And it's still perfect.
Yeah.
Like, only Jizza could give his protege, I guess, the closing track.
That's a great track. That's a great track, too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's so good that Killer Priest put it on his first album, too. He knew what to do with it.
Give it a boost.
So anyway,
yeah.
This album's like a 26 to me, and it needs to be in the top 10.
I won't say top 10, but yeah, I feel it should be higher on the list. It should be higher on the list.
I would.
Okay.
Do you think Beneath the Surface is better?
No. But Beneath the Surface to me, it's more polished than Liquid. With Liquid Swords, man, it has a gritty kind of basement type, recording in your basement type feel to it, whereas
because it was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Whereas obviously Beneath the Surface was done in a studio. You can tell the difference.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that Beneath the Surface is better. It's just different.
It is different.
Yeah. All right. Next on the list, number 43, Run DMC with their debut album, Run DMC. Of course, we talked about Run DMC as well before, and I'm not surprised that this record is higher up on the list than Raising Hell for one reason and one reason only. It contains the greatest rock, hip-hop song ever recorded, Rock Box. I motherfucking love Rock Box, man. That's a record where if you hear it for the first time today, it does not sound dated. You know what I mean? Yeah, I fucking adore Rockbox, man. I can't say enough. I love the hell out of that motherfucking song, man. And yeah, it props up the whole fucking record, man. 30 Days is like that. Hard Times, Suck MCs. I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
yeah, this is a great freaking album with just their greatest song ever on it, Rockbox. If you listen to this song, listen to this record for one song only, listen to it for Rockbox and nothing else. Fucking love this album, love that fucking song, and I'm okay with it being at number 43, but it gets a 10. Go.
I agree. I've said it before. Rockbox is their best track, and
By far.
and and I don't. I hope nobody disagrees because it's very hard to disagree with that. Like seriously, if I were to play it right now, it doesn't sound like the music that's out now, but you wouldn't think this was a 1984 song.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it is one of those tracks that in 3035, still sound
Yeah.
perfect. So, like you said, if you don't want to listen to this whole album, don't. This is listen to Rockbox. I think that's like an instance of a track just kind of showing you why this is a worthwhile group.
Yes.
If you had to make like a mixtape of songs just to say, okay, these are my favorite groups, and this is why. Just one song from an artist or a group. Rockbox would have to be that one, and it works without the album. And I'm not even talking about the album. I'm talking about that song because to me, that song is the album. To me,
Yes, it
if that
is.
makes any sense at all.
No, it makes
So,
perfect sense.
um, so it is a 10, and whether or not it should be at 43 is questionable. Top 20.
I I I, I don't dispute that at all. Fun fact. Fun fact. The first song I ever performed live in front of an audience is Rockbox. This was in the fall of 1984 at you remember the Houston County Festival, the Houston County Fair.
Mm-hmm.
It was at the Houston County Fair, and me and Keith Mitchell. Remember Keith Mitchell?
I don't think so.
Charles Mitchell's brother.
I don't think so.
You remember Charles Mitchell?
I don't know.
Okay. Anyways, me and Keith Mitchell performed this at the Houston County Fair. Um, there was a DJ out there, and he played the instrumental. And me and Keith just grabbed the mic and just did the fucking song like right off the. It wasn't anything that was even planned. We just the beat was on, and we did Rockbox. He did Run's part, and I did DMC's part. Listen to this because it can't be missed. You can't leave till you're dismissed. You can do anything that you want to, but you can't leave until we're through. I did DMC's part, man. I nailed it, man, and that shit felt so fucking good. That's the first time I ever rapped in front of somebody live, man. That shit felt so good. We got a lot of love and response from that, man. But I'll never forget that night, man, because I was like a star, for that night. Everybody was like, "Hey, you're good," they were patting me on the back and all that kind of stuff, and girls were liking me and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that was the first time I ever performed a hip hop song live. It was Rockbox with Keith Mitchell. So Keith Mitchell, if out there listening, what's up, son? Hit me up. Anyways,
Fantastic.
all right. Next on the list, 19. At number 42 is Big Daddy Kane. Long live the Kane. I get the job done. That's one where I get the job done on it. Is it right? Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. I get the job done. This one had Raw in it too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, Big Daddy Kane. He's one of my favorite rappers of all time. Can't nobody do a punchline like Big Daddy Kane. He was really good at the punchlines. Um, I don't know if this record deserves to be number 42, but just from the for a moment there, he was like the top guy in hip hop for a hot second back in. Oh, it was released on June 21st, 1988. Wow, my birthday. Go figure, my 20th birthday. It was when it came out. But y'all listen to this record a lot. I get the job done. That song had a lot of energy to it. I think Teddy Riley did that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, it had a lot of energy to it, and yeah, Yeah, he was down with like Marley Marl and the whole Uptown Crew, Heavy D and all those cats, Biz Markie, Cold Chillin'. Yeah, they were all Cold Chillin' artists, weren't they?
Yeah.
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 So that was during the whole Cold Chillin' phase and everything. But yeah, it don't deserve to be number 42, but I'm okay with it being on the list. I'll give it a 7. Go.
I will have to agree. I probably think it should be a little lower than 42, but since we have Tyler the Creator at 46, I'll go ahead and keep him here at 42. Um, Big Daddy Kane. I've always liked his voice and the fact that he has the kind of flow that he can speed it up, he can slow it down. And he was actually one of the fastest rappers I'd ever heard. When I first started listening to hip hop, I was like, wow. And Ain't No Half Steppin' is one of the ones that I remember most of all. And pretty iconic, I'd say. What is the name of the album after this? The one in the pool.
That was Prince of Darkness, wasn't it? Was it Prince of Darkness?
No, I don't think so.
I thought it was Prince of Darkness.
Crap. Maybe it is.
I don't know.
I don't know. But either way, I think I'm more familiar with that record than Long Live the King.
Mm-hmm.
What is Prince of Darkness? Oh, that was 1991. It's a Big Daddy thing.
That's right. It's a Big Daddy thing. Yeah.
But I'm more familiar with that. But either way, this is also this is an album I listened to several times, and I like it. I would say it's about a 7, because I think this is probably only Kane's only album on this list. I'll be very surprised if I see more than this on here. I'll go ahead and say it's okay being 42. But he should have something on this list. I'd say that.
I like looks like a job for. That's my favorite of the Kane albums. Looks like a job for.
Yeah, wasn't that the last one he had that was popular?
Yeah, that's the last one that because that's the one that had Juice on it.
Did it?
No, not Juice. Damn, Eric B. Rakim did Juice. He did. What did he do? What was that song?
Respect. Respect.
Yeah, much respect. Much respect.
And that was on the Juice. Soundtrack and this album.
Yeah, exactly. But there's a highly slept on Big Daddy Kane cut that nobody's probably heard but me. It's called Uncut Pure. If you ever get a chance to listen to it, I think it was the last of his great songs. But Uncut Pure is ridiculously good. It's him at his punchline best. But Macula's Theory. That is not on one of his albums, but I love Macula's Theory as well. So just for those, just for those two records, he deserved to be on the list, even though they weren't on this particular album. Anyway,
Macula's Theory, that was Prince Among Thieves.
Yes, which should be on this list, but I know it's not, so I'm not gonna fool myself. I know it's not on this list, so I ain't gonna fool myself into even believing that one. All right, next on the list, number 41, Kanye West, Late Registration. I have nothing to say. Go.
There was a time when I used to really like to talk about Kanye, but I can't stand this man now.
That nigga crazy.
He is really. I hesitate to say that he's crazy, but he has become.
That motherfucker is cacophonous, man. He's graduated from crazy to cacophonous.
Well,
I mean, if you look up the definition of cacophonous in a damn dictionary, it's gonna have his picture, his address, blood type, everything. That motherfucker's cacophonous. Everywhere he go, he just bring motherfucking havoc with him.
That's just about right, quite honestly.
Yeah.
He really makes me sad these days because
it's like that nigga's like followed by locusts. Everywhere he go, man, he just leave his fucking stench everywhere he fucking goes, man.
Well, he's not that bad.
Dude is fucking annoying, man. It just
he is annoying, but he has some major problems, and I wish he would get them worked out.
I mean, everybody knows this one dude, man. Everybody knows this one dude where when you see him come around the corner, like, oh, here this motherfucker go again. You know what I'm saying?
That's how I feel about him now. Like,
yeah.
Whenever I saw him today, Apparently, he had some long uh, rant tirade at the BET Awards talking about Puff Daddy. But and talking about Puff Daddy's his favorite artist of all time. But then, of course, he started talking about himself because he does that. And it made me angry just to see him because he was on stage wearing like this giant puffer jacket and a black mask and a hoodie, and he looked. You know how hot it is up there now, and he's on
Man's
stage
not
looking
hot.
like he looked like he's going out there doing an expedition in Antarctica.
Man's not hot.
Babes, man's not hot. uh, but anyway, Kanye makes me very sad, and there was a time when I was singing his praises, but I think those days are gone.
Mhm.
He really does make me sad. Um, uh, Late Registration is an album that I was never really into that much because it came out at a time where I really didn't respect the dude. But after that, I really became a big fan of him. What I know of this album is that it has some pretty good songs on it, and people love it. And it even has a track with Nas on it, which is really great. And this was him showing that he actually had some MC skills. And I would say just by virtue of him actually trying to make some really great music, I can see why this record is on here and where it is too. I don't think it's his best album. Um, I'll give it a 7. And whether or not it should be at 41, I don't really think so, but I don't hate it. But he has better albums.
All right, man. I've spent too much time talking about this motherfucker already, so I'm moving on.
So
All right.
sorry.
Next, at number 40 is Dr. Dre, The Chronic. Why it's 40 on this list is beyond me because this is definitely a top 10 candidate. Obviously, this record was a game changer. Everybody remembers where they were and what they were doing when this record was out. Shit. I mean, Dre Day. What was the other one? Damn it.
G Thing.
G Thing.
Uh,
Lil Ghetto Boy.
Ghetto Boy.
Yeah.
Let Me Ride.
Let Me Ride.
The Day the Niggas Took Over.
Even the skits are great. You know what I mean?
Skits, yeah.
Yeah.
These Nuts.
Yep.
I actually love that track, like, a lot.
This is a perfect hip hop album. So gangster. I mean, it just nothing wrong with this particular record. And why it's at 40 is just a mystery to me. Once again, the backpacker strikes again. This one gets a 10, and it definitely should be top 10. Go.
I agree with everything you said, and I'm feeling like it's here because they're trying to hold some of the top spots for some whack mumble rappers and Eminem. I promise.
We already know that, man. We already know it's gonna be at number 1. So, anyways, yeah. The writing is on the wall when it comes to that one.
Absolutely. So, number 40 is a travesty.
Watch 36 Chambers be like number 19 or something. Just watch.
I can promise you, yes. But there will be no doubt that this is what I'm going to say. The top 3,
Mm-hmm.
maybe not the top 3, but the top 3 contenders for being number 1. I'm gonna call it right here.
Mm-hmm.
Either one of Eminem's albums, which is probably Marshall Mathers LP, probably number 1. If not, then Tupac, All Eyes on Me. If not, Big, Life After Death. I bet it's one of those.
No, I think it's going to be Jack Harlow, Post Malone, and Eminem.
Okay, if we see that, then I'm going to break my computer.
Just watch. The handwriting's on the fucking wall, man. They clearing the deck for the motherfuckers, man. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. All right. Oh, you got anything else to say about Chronic before we move on?
It just doesn't need to be at number 40. I don't understand why this is here, but we'll move on.
All right. Next up, I'm gonna put these two together. Uh, got 39 and 38. We got Lil Wayne, The Carter Three, and Kendrick Lamar, Good Kid, Mad City. I have nothing to say. Go.
I will say I own both of these records, and I actually think they're both pretty good. I don't even like Lil Wayne that well. I don't know why I own the album, but I do.
I don't like Lil
And
Wayne at all. So
there was a time when I did think he was pretty good, and now I can't stand him. But I did get this album, and I like it. This album is a seven. Um, uh, Good Kid, Mad City is a good album as well, and it's not his best, and nobody will say that. In fact, I will say there's a good chance that um, uh, Kendrick Lamar would be number one. Very good chance that How to Pimp a Butterfly would be number one, but we'll see. This is a good album too, and I'll call it a seven. Um, he was really trying to carry on the West Coast hip hop sound for sure. Like he wasn't doing any trash on this album, so I really respect him for it. Should it be number 38? No. Certainly, Carter should not be at number 39. But both I do like them, and I give them both seven, but they should be lower than this.
okay.
Oh my lord!
All right, at number
Oh
37,
god!
I know, man, I know. That's why I wanted to kind of run through those two, man, and go ahead and just sink my teeth into this one, man. At number
Oh man!
37, Raekwon, Only Built for Cuban Links, by far my favorite Raekwon album. This is on my pantheon of perfect albums. Because there are very few perfect records out there in my lifetime, but Cuban Links is right up there with it as far as there's not a skippable track on this particular record, man. I remember the first time I heard it, man. I tried to skip tracks and I couldn't do it. I tried to. I was like, okay, I'll just skip. Nah. Okay, nah. Oh, nah. You know what I mean? It's just this record is fucking ridiculously good, ridiculously good. And for it to be at number 37 just lets me know that whoever did this listen know what the fuck they're talking about, man. This one is a definite 10. It's definitely top 15, and it's one of the greatest, hip hop records, period, of any year, decade, era, or anything, man. It's just fucking ridiculous that it's at number 37. Go.
A lot of times when I talk about Wu Tang, it may come off as well. Anybody from Wu Tang, it may come off as me, really just kind of,
Stan.
yeah, and I'm a Wu Tang stan. It's the truth. I am. They're the greatest hip hop group of all time. They're by far my favorites. Okay,
Well, I don't think
that's
anybody debates that they're the greatest hip hop group of all time, man. I mean,
well,
who you gonna put above them?
lots of people
Who?
laugh at me. People laugh at me when I
Name
say it.
name one group you can put above
I
above.
can't. I cannot. But people laugh at me. I'll never forget the day that I was talking. I was saying that I said before, I don't like to have, top five discussions
Mm-hmm.
because, people laugh at you when you say what you actually feel. And I was having that discussion with somebody, and they were saying Lil Wayne is one of the greatest uh, MCs of all time. And I said, I can name 9 MCs better than Lil Wayne, and they're all in Wu Tang. And I got laughed at so hard by that person I was talking to and people around me. So
That's what you get for hanging out with bitches.
yes, I agree. I agree. And I think from that day I didn't talk to that person ever again. Um, so I say all that to say this: I come off as a Wu Tang stan, but right now I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say Cuban Links is one of the greatest hip hop albums of all time. It is perfect. It is fantastic. Raekwon has some really good albums. None of them compare to this one.
None.
And the only one that does sort of compare is Cuban Links too, because he tried to recapture the glory of this record. He came very close. This album is so perfect that every time I listen to it, so I listen to CDs. I still listen to CDs. I put the CD in, and I don't take it out for months. And that's the truth. The last time I listened to it was at the beginning of this year, and I put it in January and didn't take it out until March. That's the truth.
I feel you on
This
that,
is
man. I did the same thing with Cuban Links, man. I probably went on a good 3 4 month binge with that thing in my CD player in my car. Just, I feel you on that one.
quite honestly, I can't think of many albums where I can do that. Really,
Mm-hmm.
this is a brilliant album. So this is like a 39 for me. So for it to be number 37 on this list is ridiculous, especially since I see what's coming up after this. And I'm like, somebody is so dumb. Like you have to be like on crack or something. Like
On acid.
acid or meth. Something is wrong with you. I don't get it. You can't be. You cannot be writing the top 200 hip hop records of all time list and have the nerve to put Cuban Links at 37. What is wrong with you? God, I mean, this is like a top 5 album for me. It really is. It's that good. So, yeah, Backpacker, I want to kick you in the face. Let's go.
All right. Next on the list, number 36, Prophetic and Pathetic, Chance the Rapper, Acid Rap. I am not a fan of Chance the Rapper. I tried to give him a chance, and I don't think I've ever heard a song by him that I like. So I just gotta just keep it real. I don't get the enamoration. I don't know if that's a word or not, but I'm gonna make it a word. I don't get the enamoration that folks have with Chance the Rapper, especially to put him at the number 36 all time. I don't get it. So Chance the Rapper out there listening, fuck you. Go.
So nobody likes Chance the Rapper anymore because when he actually came out with his debut album, it sucked. And now he's fallen off and nobody cares about him. Chance the Rapper put out a bunch of mixtapes before he even put out his first album. And he got famous and rich off of mixtapes, which is crazy. And this is the one that everybody was telling me, oh man, you need to listen to it, you need to listen to it, you need to listen to it. And I was like, okay, I'll give him a chance. And when I listened to it, it had some promise at the beginning. And when I said the beginning, like when the first track started, as soon as he opened his mouth,
It went downhill from there.
it went downhill from there. And not because of his lyrics, because he has good lyrics, and he actually has a good personality that comes through in his voice. But his voice is terrible. Terrible. There was no way I could finish listening to the mixtape because his voice was just so bad. And to this day, I don't get how this thing right here was even considered good because I can't listen to him. So I really tried to give him a chance. I really did. Whenever somebody says you're really into hip hop, you should listen to this. I'm like, okay, I'll give it a try. And I wanted to, and I couldn't. So saying all of that, I didn't finish it, so therefore I can't really rate the thing. And one thing that is for certain is, ain't no way that this is better than Cuban Links. No way at all. Nothing that Chance the Rapper has ever done or said is better than Cuban Links.
I agree.
Why is this here? Backpacker, hipster, crackhead, intern
Go to hell.
does not know what he's talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
So 36. No, I think it deserves to be on the top 10,036 records of all time. Yeah, it deserves to be on there. But top 200 hip hop, no.
No.
And it's not even an album. It's a mixtape. It's not an album. Take it off of here.
All right, man. Enough about that nigga. All right. Next on the list, number 35, Snoop Doggy Dogg, Doggy Style. Need I say more? It's Snoop Doggy Dogg. This is his most famous album, of course, and it has his greatest hit, his greatest song, in my opinion, which is "What's My Name."
Yeah.
Murder Was the Case. Gin and Juice, of course, is probably his most popular song is Gin and Juice. This album is seminal. Once again, it's another one of those places, one of those records where you just remember where you were and what you were doing the first time you heard it. I definitely remember where I was. I was laying in bed on it was an afternoon. The first time I heard uh, uh, what's my name, and I remember exactly what I was doing. Everything, just and I love what's my name. I listen to that song all the time to this day. I don't think it needs to be at number 35. Definitely not above Cuban Links, but I get it. So I give this a 9. Um, great album cover, just everything great about it. So go.
I agree with everything that you just said. Um, there is no dissent here. Um, I'm not going to complain about it being at 35. Um, I don't think it's better than the Chronic.
No, it's not better than the Chronic. No
that's
way.
really weird.
No.
But whatever. It is better than Acid Rap by Chance the Rapper. So I'm not going to complain about it.
Well, I think everybody just likes Snoop. Snoop just so charismatic. I mean, everybody just likes him. You know what I mean?
Even if you don't like rap, you like Snoop.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not really possible to dislike him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So. Unless he raped somebody, which, there's some there's a court case against him right now.
He probably has. You know what I mean?
He probably has, for sure. But
how can you dislike somebody who's baked a pie with Martha Stewart?
Well, if he rapes somebody, to me, rape is pretty bad. So.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So I'd say if it comes out that you truly did rape this person, then his likability factor is going to go down. Mm-hmm. But right now, you're guilty until you're proven innocent. So I don't know if it really happened. So I like him. He's very likable, whether you like his music or not.
I feel you. All right. Next on the list, 34, various artists, Sugar Hill Record Story. I said hip, hop, the hibbit.
This is a backpacker.
This record is better than Cuban Links.
I don't know if this is Backpacker did this, but this was a list done by somebody who thought I should put important records on here to show that I know what I'm talking about.
Hey dude, this record is more cacophonous than Cuban Links. Let me say this for the folks in the back who didn't hear me. Various artists, the Sugar Hill Record Story is better than Cuban Links.
It's better than Doggy Style.
It's better than Doggy Style.
It's better than the Chronic.
It's better than A Nation of Millions. No, it's better than Fear of a Black Planet.
It's better than Liquid Swords.
Jump on it. Jump on it. Apache, jump on it.
Yeah.
I'm Big Ben Hickett.
Whenever I listen to rappers tonight, I think I'd rather listen to this than Liquid Swords. Yeah.
Master G, my mellow, it's on you. So what you gonna do?
Well, when I listen to the message and I hear Grandmaster Flash say, "You was cold and your body swung back and forth," I think this is better than anything Raekwon has ever said.
But Grandmaster Flash wasn't Sugar Hill. They were Tony. They were Tony Boy.
But the message is on here.
Oh, okay. The message is on that record.
It says it is here.
No.
I think this record is a compilation.
I'm saying, how they gonna be on Sugar Hills when they were Tony Boy? The name of it was Tony Boy. What's the name of the label?
Tommy Boy.
Yeah, Tommy Boy. I said Tony Boy. Tommy Boy.
Yeah, Tommy Boy.
Yeah, they were Tommy Boy. If I'm not mistaken, they were down with Africa Bambaataa and all those folks.
Yeah,
that was Tommy Boy. So how does Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five wind up on? I know they did Showdown with Sugar Hill Gang, but okay, that's strange.
It's saying that it's on this record. I can tell you I've never listened to this record, so I don't know. but looking at the track list, yeah, there are a few Grandmaster Flash songs on here.
Oh wow, okay.
Wow, this thing is 5 CDs long, and it has a lot of Grandmaster Flash on it. So I
Maybe
don't know.
maybe Sugar Hill bought out Tommy Boy, bought out the discography
Yeah,
or
because
something.
perhaps I don't know, but Tommy Boy, I know Tommy Boy doesn't exist anymore, but
Or was Tommy Boy like a like a subsidiary of Sugar Hill? Maybe.
I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't think it is, but I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Maybe I'm the one who's wrong. I thought I knew, but okay.
Well, okay, actually, what I think is, in fact, I know this for a fact.
Hmm.
Tommy Boy was bought by Rhino, and Rhino also bought Sugar Hill Records.
Okay. Well, that
So
explains it.
I think this thing was compiled by
and
Rhino.
Rhino was bought by K-Tel.
Actually, that might be true. Or actually, Rhino may actually have bought K-Tel. Really? Seriously.
Now
Rhino,
that's what I call music.
Rhino is the legacy
Lord.
label, so it could be.
Okay. All right. I think we spend enough time on Sugar Hill. I found my thrill.
But it's better than all the records on here that we've seen so far. You know, being at 34, yeah, it's better than all this.
I know. I can still see it down the dance with the jumpsuits on. That's disco, nigga.
I mean, yeah, it is. It's the beginning of hip hop, but it's disco.
Yeah, that's fucking disco. With some glitter. That glitter. Look at that big bang hang like a big ass glitter ball.
Yeah. Well, and when you say, but what you can say about Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five, and then you can talk about the Treasures Three and all of them.
Looking like the damn village people.
The village people, or
In the Navy.
cowboys, or even punks, whatever.
In the Navy. Macho man. Okay, man. All right. Moving right along. Number 33, De La Soul, 3 Feel High and Rising. I already told you guys how I feel about De La Soul, and I think that De La Soul is dead is because of my sentimental attachment to it is better. But I didn't really like this album too much. I like Me, Myself, and I. But I really, and Potholes in My Lawn. Actually, Potholes in My Lawn actually inspired Holes in the Backyard. I don't know if you knew that or not. That's like my response to Potholes in My Lawn was Holes in the Backyard. But yeah, it's not better than Cuban Links. I think we're measuring everything that comes next, by Cuban Links. So
I have to.
yeah,
I have to.
yeah. So to be above Cuban Links, you really need to be indelible, and this is not indelible. It's a solid album, but like I said, I just wasn't a huge fan. I wasn't a huge fan of the whole Daisy Age movement anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of ratchet back during this time, back in '89, so I wasn't really, into that life. So I wasn't, even though I was wearing like the flower shirts and the Gerbo jeans and the and all that kind of stuff, and and doing the Running Man, I still was I still wasn't into the Daisy Age. I like the girls who were in the Daisy Age. Maybe that had something to do with it. Anyways, go.
I like this album. The problem that I have with it is that it is bound to be on one of these lists all the time, and not because people like it, but because they think they should put it here. I think it is a good album, and De La Soul, quite honestly, I'd say they don't have a whole lot of wonderful albums. And even their best albums are not what I say are the best albums of all time. So this one here, I think De La Soul's Dead is better. And it may be the fact that I wasn't really listening to this kind of music. I wasn't listening to music at all, really, when this came out. So maybe it just never grew on me in the way that it should have. But if we're going by hip-hop in general, number 33, okay, whatever. I mean, I don't love it that much, but I know why people put it up here. I give it a 7, perhaps. But is it better than Cuban Links? No. So it doesn't deserve to be at number 33. It needs to be much lower than this on that scale. But I'm not upset with it being on the list, period. Lord Jesus.
All right, that being said, next on the list And number 32 is Chief Keef, Finally Rich. I'm gonna go ahead and couple this with number 31, which is Nicki Minaj, Pink Friday.
Yeah.
So on the Cuban link scale, and man, go, just go.
Oh Lord. Oh God.
Well, Nicki
Oh
Minaj has a
man.
big ass.
And
That's
that means what in the grand scheme of hip hop?
not a whole lot, man. So, but I'm just
That's
saying.
just fake. Um, okay. I can't say anything about Chief Keef. I know he's not good. I know this album called Finally Rich is not better than Cuban Links.
No, it isn't.
I know nothing that Chief Keef has done is better than even Into the Stage, which they have all the way down at the bottom of the list. So for it to be here at number 32 shows that the person who wrote this list doesn't know what they're talking about.
No.
Now let's talk about Nicki Minaj Pink Friday. I've said before that when she first came out, when people were telling me, "Oh, you need to listen to her. She's really like putting it down for the female MCs."
Was she
I
Cash
gave
Money?
uh, Young Money,
Young Money.
Lil Wayne's little
Okay. Yeah.
offshoot of it. Um, but people were really hyping her up, circa 2008 or something like that. And I was like, I will give her a chance, sure. And I was very disappointed because I did not hear what anybody was talking about. What I did see was I thought, well, you know what? She's rapping harder than a lot of women do. So let's see what she does in the future. Pink Friday is her actual debut album. And would you believe that this album is not even a rap album? She's singing on this thing. So, this is trash. Does she rap on it? Yeah, she does. But the majority of this thing is singing. This is an R&B album. Why is this here? And why is it above Cuban Links?
I don't know. I can't answer that question.
And I dread seeing the rest of it. I really do. I really do. This album gets a negative 97. Let's move on.
All right, next on the list. See, I got you.
Yeah.
You're wrong. Beastie Boys at number 30. Beastie Boys, Paul's Boutique. Now, you were right. They did put it above License to Ill, which is crazy. Now, Paul's Boutique is a great record, a magnificent record, and I do understand the love that it gets, especially retrospectively. I mean, obviously at the time that it came out, it didn't get the kind of love it deserved, but I really do like Paul's Boutique. So I get it being at number 30. It's not better than Cuban Links either, and it's not better than License to Ill. I would put it in the top 50, but I would not put it above either one of those records. But anyways, that's where it is. Go.
I agree. I'm not mad at it being here because this is an album that really has some great stuff on it. Like they went to the next level on this record. So I mean, I think it's really hard to say, oh, this is not one of the greatest hip hop albums of all time. It's kind of hard to say that. This is really fantastic, and it's good that it got more love later in life. But yeah, it ain't better than Cuban Links. So. But I knew it was going to be fairly high because it always is. And I'm not surprised that they have it higher than Cuban Links. It's just not true. That's all. I give it a 9.
Right on. All right, and there you go again, number 29. You called it.
Somewhat wrong because I said it was going to be in the top 3 or maybe number 1. But it's number 29. It's fantastic.
Once again, we know how this list is shaking out, man. So once again, we know where this is headed. Anyways, Tupac, All Eyes on Me. I've said everything I need to say about Tupac. I have nothing else to say. Go.
Yeah, I've said what I've said about Tupac. I'll just say that, this album, I used to own it, and I don't own it anymore. And I don't own it anymore because I gave it away. I don't hate it, but, and it has some songs I still really like to this day. But I don't understand why people, I think this thing again was elevated because he died soon after it came out. So elevated by death. That's about all I can say. Because is it better than Cuban Links? No. Is it better than Liquid Swords? No. So you know, uh, posthumous, posthumous elevation. That's all. This album is about a five to me, and doesn't deserve to be right here.
Number 28. Mob Deep, the infamous. Ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. I love Shook Ones. That beat,
Mm-hmm.
and I adore Shook Ones. But it's not better than Cuban Link. So once again, on the Cuban Link scale, no, it does not deserve to be here. It really is not even a top 50 to me. It's not better than End of the Stage. But I do like Mob Deep. So, but at the same time, and plus they really didn't have any longevity in the game. I mean, it's not like they are iconic group, but they have one hell of a damn single. A Shook Ones is just tremendous. But on the strength of Shook Ones, they don't need to be at number 28. It's definitely not ahead of Cuban Links. So there you go.
I agree. I agree. I agree. Um, uh, I think I have more nostalgia for this record than I do anything because um, 1995 was a fantastic year for hip hop. It really was. Like it reminds me of that period of time when nearly everything that came out was fantastic. So while this album itself, I would say, is about a six, you're right. Strickland's is about 10. Um, and I just have again nostalgia for this album in general. Uh, Better than Cuban Links? Nope. One of the best ever? No, but I know why people say it is. If I were gonna put it on a list of 200, I would put it somewhere in the low hundreds. But no, no, 28, no. Cuban Links, no.
All right. Next up, number 27, Outcast, Aquemini. Um, ATLians better be higher on this motherfucking list than this. I'm a big Outkast fan. I think they're the greatest Dirty South group ever. Obviously, they're the kings of the Dirty South. Um, Equipment Out was a great record. It's not better than Cuban Links. It's better than Mob Deep, but it's deserving to be top 65. But I think it's a little elevated because Equipment Out is not even Outkast's best album. I think Southern Playalistic is better, and
Really?
ATLians is definitely better. Um,
Huh.
yeah, yeah. I really like Southern Playalistic, man.
I mean, I like it too,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I'm not sure I would say it's better than Equimini.
yeah. It's better than Equipment Out, in my opinion. In my opinion,
Okay.
I'm not mad at Outkast being on this list, but once again, they just got them a little bit too high. Go. And
Outcast
this better not be better. ATLians better be on this motherfucking list. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
I can tell you that it's not. I can tell you, I would be very surprised if it is. Because Stank Onion is probably going to be up here near the top.
No,
I think.
no,
I think.
no.
Because that's their most popular album. And yeah, it's not better. It is a great album, but it's their most popular album. And personally, Aquemini is my favorite Outcast album, but only by a little bit more. ATLians is very, 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 very close. I mean, they're both, you know, 9 or 10 for me. So they're kind of interchangeable. But I think as a whole, I like Aquemini better. Um, does it deserve to be on this list? Absolutely. I'm not upset with it being 27. Uh, I am upset with it being higher than Cuban Links. So I think that's a given at this point. But I'm glad it's here. It needs to be here. Um, I, there's a chance that I'll put it slightly higher. But um, yeah, um, I dread seeing what's coming next, though.
All
Ooh,
right, let's see what's next. Let's see.
uh,
Oh my God.
I
Oh,
can see that.
oh, Jesus, sweet.
Okay,
Oh,
so
stop it, stop it,
I'm
stop it.
I'm gonna say something. So I said one of the next albums that's coming up is probably number one, and I see that it's not,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm really shocked. But I also left out this next guy,
Your favorite rapper?
my favorite rapper. I left him out. He might be number one or two.
All right. At number 26, Jay Z, Reasonable Doubt. I've never been a huge Jay Z fan. There are certain songs by him that I like. I get a guy props. You know what I mean? He is who he is, and then obviously Jay Z is someone who doesn't really need a whole lot of introduction. Um, Reasonable Doubt is not the 26th best album of all time. Go.
I've never listened to it, and I've never listened to a Jay Z album all the way through because I don't like Jay Z.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot listen to Jay Z all the way. I mean, the only one that I have listened to all the way through is Watch the Throne, and that's collaborative with Kanye. Um, and I can barely stand it. I mean, I liked it, but it was very hard getting through because I hate Jay Z. So again, I've never listened to this thing, and I knew when I first heard the um, singles from this thing that I didn't like him. So I don't like this crap, and absolutely not 26. And I dread what comes in the higher tier because if this is here and people love talking about this thing, I can only imagine what other Jay Z records are on here, and I can almost tell you what they are. And I'm angry because I'm seeing this here. Number 26 higher than Cuban Links, well above 20. I mean, well above Cuban Links at 26.
Yes.
Which is weird, and I don't like it at all. I've never listened to it. I can't rate it, but I'm going to. So 0. Let's go.
All right. Next on the list, Eminem, the Marshall Mathers LP, came in at number 25. They have this thing listed as categorized as hardcore hip hop.
You was hardcore hip hop. Look at yourself, boy, you done flip flop.
They said that the Marshall Mathers LP is a car crash record. Loud, wild, dangerous, out of control, grotesque, unsettling. It's almost impossible to pull your ears away from. But they left out one word. They didn't say it was cacophonous. I'm not an Eminem hater. You know what I'm saying? I think the guy, when he really puts his mind to it, he's really, really good. But his shit is just way too childish for me. When I was younger, I liked him a whole lot more than I like him now because, hi, my name is, I was young. You know what I'm saying? So it was okay. But the older I got, and he didn't get older with me, he was still, talking all that stupid shit on his records. And I'm like, whatever, man, get the fuck out of here. I outgrew you quickly. So no, the Marshall Mathers LP is not the 25th greatest hip hop record of all time. Go.
Oh, this thing is considered his best album, so there's gonna be another Eminem album higher than this.
Oh yeah.
And I can only imagine what it is. I'm guessing it's the third album, whatever it was called, the Eminem Show. Because really that was his only other really good album. So, oh boy, Lord, this thing here. I remember the first time I heard it, I thought it was pretty good, but it also it made me realize that this man he has some real problems, and he's mean and he's ridiculous and he's sick. He has some actual mental issues.
And can't bust a grape. Can't bust a grape. You can tell this nigga can't fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And just surround himself with the biggest, blackest niggas he can find. Keep him on payroll. Talk a lot of shit because he got folks to beat folks up for him. But once again, if you saw Eminem, in the produce section at Winn-Dixie, you know what I'm saying, by himself, you push up on him, this dude would run for the fucking back door. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Dude, I hate motherfuckers like that, man. I hate motherfuckers like, especially white dudes like that. You know what I'm saying? Can't bust a fucking grape. But anyways, go.
And Everlast said, he was scared like a whore with his eyes on the floor while his crew showed him love outside the front door.
Yeah.
So I don't know how hard Everlast is, truly, but I'm sure you could take Eminem out.
At least Everlast look like he can beat somebody's ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
On a good day he'll take out a few motherfuckers, man. But Eminem, I'm telling you right now, Eminem ain't never beat nobody's ass in his life that wasn't a female. So.
right, exactly. That is totally true.
Yeah.
And that's the most the majority of his vitriol
Mm-hmm.
goes to women,
Mm-hmm.
and I hate that about him. That's actually the thing that made me hate um, Eminem after this on this album here, because I believe it's the last track on the album where he's actually talking about literally killing his wife, talking about how he would do it, and and
If I
and
did
if I
it.
did it, here's how it happened. Which I still think is a fantastic album title. We need to do it. But anyway, um, when I heard that on this album, I was like, this dude is he's not for me. He's really not. And and I mean, is production good? Yeah. Can he rap? Absolutely. But is he one of the best rappers of all time? That's questionable. It, does he make good albums? No, he doesn't. He makes no good albums. I don't think he really has any good albums.
He
This
makes
is
good
decent.
singles.
He makes good singles, yes.
Yeah.
But he sure is the top selling rapper of all time.
Yeah.
And I'm really surprised that this thing right here is at 25. Um, and it sure is not better than anything that Wu Tang has done. Nothing that he has done is better than anything Wu Tang has done.
Never.
So 25, no. If I were to rate this thing and put it on this list of 200, I would say maybe it deserves to be somewhere in the very, very, very low uh, 190s. So, you know, did I like it when I listened to it? Okay, it's a 6. But I haven't listened to it in many years, and I probably never will listen to it again. It doesn't deserve to be at 25. I know why it is, but I'm really surprised it's not at number one.
I'm not, but at the same time, I'm not surprised to see where it is. All right, next up at number 24, Nas, Illmatic. Considered by many to be the greatest solo hip hop record of all time. But of course, it'll be at number 24. I'm not surprised to see where it is. I loved this album. It's one of the few albums that I bought based on the reviews. Um, I hadn't heard it before I read the reviews. And my homeboy Tim Jones, if you're out there listening, what's up, Tim? Hit me up, Tim, sometime. Tim called me. He's like, man, I got this Nas. You need to listen to it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I read the review. Tim calling me. I need to get my ass over to Sound Warehouse with the quickness and get this. And that's what I did. And yeah, it was tremendous. So, yeah. Um, um, I mean, there's just so many great records on the great songs on this particular record. My favorite one being "It Ain't Hard to Tell." But
Mm-hmm.
so what?
Yes.
Yes, and for it to be at number 24 is a travesty. And the greatest, probably my favorite hip hop album cover of all time as well is Illmatic. So Backpacker, fuck you, your mama and your grandma. Go.
I'm really surprised that it's down here at 24.
Mm-hmm.
Really surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you talk to people about hip hop, they always talk about Illmatic. Illmatic is especially since they say Nas is top 5 rapper. So I'm really surprised by this. Uh, at any rate, yeah, I'll echo pretty much everything you said here. And the reason that I was really interested in it is because of halftime, which
Yes.
I heard that a good 2 years before Illmatic came out,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, "Who is this guy, Nasty Nas?" And I loved halftime. And when this album finally came out, and It Ain't Hard to Tell came out, I was like, "Yeah, this guy is. I think he's worth the wait. I gotta listen to it," and I did, and it was great.
The
And
first time
much like,
the first time I heard Nas was live at the barbecue.
yeah, yeah. Hmm.
Do you remember that?
I still think I heard. Yeah, I totally remember it.
Okay.
But I'm still thinking I heard halftime first somehow, even though that was '92. But anyway, um, uh, one thing I'll say is this is one of the albums that has one of those iconic intros. One of the best things I like about
Yes.
albums is when it starts really great,
Mm-hmm.
and much like
This one had the
the
train,
intro,
right? This one,
yeah,
yeah, the train.
you know, and he's talking to his dudes out there, and talking about what they're gonna do. It reminds me of the intro from Cuban Links, you know,
Mm-hmm.
because on Cuban Links is Ghost and Ray talking about how they're about to come up, and this their last job, and they can get out the game after this, and that's essentially what Nas is talking about on the intro called the Genesis. And talking about this is our time. We're gonna make this empire. And that is a perfect intro and a great introduction to this album. And the rest of the album doesn't disappoint. And this is I don't think anybody would disagree with this being a 10. 10 tracks. This is a 10 10 rated album for me. Needs to be higher than 24. 24 is strange. I'm so surprised that it's right here. This is a top 10 album, so I don't know why it's here.
Ditto.
Is it better than Cuban Links? No, it's not.
Okay. Uh,
Do you think it is?
I think it is.
Mm.
I think it is. I love Cuban Links, man, but nah, I guess once again it just has a special place in my heart. You know,
Yeah.
what can I say? All right,
Yeah, I'm not mad at you for saying that. That's how I feel.
all right. Next up, UGK, Underground Kings, Riding Dirty. Not better than Cuban Links. I've already talked about my affinity for UGK and why, so no need to go down that road again. Uh, so it don't deserve to be number 23. Go.
I will reiterate. Doesn't deserve to be 23. Should be around the same place where um, uh, the other album was. So, yeah. Fall a little lower than this, please.
Oh my god. All right, next up at number
Ah,
22, DMX is dark and hell is hot. Earl Simmons. Um, I'm a huge DMX fan, so I'm not mad at it being at number 22. It's definitely in the pantheon of great hip hop albums of all time. Um, DMX probably has the most indelible voice, probably in the history of music, not just in hip hop, just in the history of music in itself. The late Earl Simmons, um, yeah, this record is seminal. It reminds me of my nephew Corwin, who loved some DMX, and he got me into listening to DMX. So Rough Riders anthem, Damien. I mean, this album has a lot of great tracks, and it's deserving to be at number 22. Go.
yeah, I agree with that. I'm not upset with it being where it is, except um, it's far better than Eminem, so
Yeah,
I don't quite get the closeness of it.
and he could beat Eminem's ass too.
Absolutely. Who can he beat, actually?
Yeah.
I
He
mean, he can't
definitely
beat
he,
anybody
he
now,
definitely
but
somebody who would stab the fuck out of you. You know what I'm saying?
which is why he was in jail so many times. So, I mean, well, mainly that was drugs, but he sure did attack a lot of people.
Yeah, he would definitely cut a nigga, boy.
Yeah. So, uh, and that
You
ferocity
know, you know
came
what?
through his.
DMX is like the kind of motherfucker who carry a razor blade in his mouth.
I'm
So,
pretty sure he's talked about it.
I'm sure, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And I never understood how you do that. How do you do that?
Carry a razor blade under your tongue?
Yeah. How do you do that?
I don't know, man, but that shit takes some skill, because you will fuck
Yeah.
your shit up.
Yeah. I've always wondered, like, do people really do that? But I
Yeah,
know they do.
yeah.
I just don't know how.
I knew a girl who carried a razor blade in her mouth.
Wow.
Sure did.
Well, you know what?
Mhm.
I respect her for that.
Yeah, she would definitely cut a nigga too. I'm not gonna cross you, honey. I love you.
Don't be your boyfriend.
Yeah, make sure that thing is out your mouth before I kiss you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Either that, don't make her mad.
Yeah, exactly. Shit, somebody gonna get cut.
You're like, yeah, I don't really like what you cooked.
It was delish.
Okay, so yeah, this album's fantastic. I don't really, we talked about it at length before. The album is a 9 for me, and needs to be higher than this. Not better than Cuban Links.
Right on. Next up, Lil Wayne. There he is again. This is his third album on here, I think, ain't it?
I'm so. Yeah, it is. No, it's the second. It's the second.
No, the Carter 3 was on here.
Yeah.
I thought it was another one. Okay.
No.
The Drought 3.
It's a mixtape. Not even an album.
All right, man, go. Not better than Cuban Links. Go.
Certainly not better than Cuban Links. Nowhere near it. I don't think I've ever heard this thing all the way through. I listened to it because everybody was saying that, oh wow, this Lil Wayne really is the best rapper alive right now. And I was like, I don't see how that can be, but I listened to it, and I did not get through it because I'm like, really? Of course, like I said, I went and bought the album that came out after this, but I did not feel what people felt about The Drought 3 from 2007. But people were talking about this constantly back then. I really cannot say that this deserves to be on this list. It's a mixtape for one thing, but also better than Cuban Links? No. Better than This Dark and Hell is Hot? Absolutely not.
No.
Take it off the list. I'm not even going to rate it.
All right, next on number 20. Okay, now we're going into the top 20. It's getting serious now.
Maybe.
And number 20, Future, DS2. Not better than Cuban Links. Go.
Not better than Cuban Links. Not better than anything. Not better than anything.
Cuban Links, Dominican Links, Puerto Rican Links.
Sausage Links.
Sausage Links.
You know.
That's a good one.
It is not better than anything that I have. I heard this album? No. But I have heard Future. And you know what I've heard from Future?
What?
I don't know what I've heard from Future. Because I can't understand a word the man says. He is the epitome of mumble rap. And not only does he mumble rap sings. And he cannot sing. He auto-tune, mumble rap sings. And this is nowhere. Why do they put this here? I can't rate it. I can rate Future, and that's a negative 1900. And so we're going to say that's what this album is too. Take it off the list. Don't ever talk to me about rap again if you're going to talk about Future. Seriously.
Okay. Right on. All right, next on the list. I used to be scared of the dick. Now I put lips to the shit.
Poetic.
I used to be scared of the dick. Lil Kim, Hardcore, at number 19. Lil Kim is better than Cuban Links.
Yeah, boy.
Lil Kim. Let me repeat. I used to be scared of the dick. Now I put lips to the shit.
Oh, my God.
Man, go ahead, go, man. Just go.
Oh, boy. I got no love for fake ones. Just sips of Cristal with these real ones.
Used to be scared of the dick.
Oh, God.
Always. Please. Be not.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, she didn't say that, but maybe she did a cover on this record. I could say okay, but I cannot. Nothing that Little Kim has ever done or said is better than Cuban Links. And nothing Little Kim has ever done or said is better than It's Dark and Hell is Hot or anything that DMX did. Did I like Lil Kim when she first went solo? Kind of, but not really. Did I like Lil Kim when she was with Junior Mafia? I did. But maybe because she was pretty. She was very pretty back
Seen her lately?
and she looks like
Grotesque.
like a creation of some sort.
She looks cacophonous.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a massive cacophony when they
Yeah.
did the plastic surgery on her.
Yeah.
Um, we've talked about this album. At least we've talked about the cover before, and the cover alone makes it almost impossible for this to be number 19 on the list. But uh, again, nothing that she has done in her career is better than any of the best albums on this list. So take it off and stop talking to me about hip hop. It is, however, undoubtedly better than Future. So they got that right at least.
All right, enough about that hoe. All right.
Okay, let's go. Wow.
All right, next on the list, I thought that was MF Doom.
It
Mad
is
Villain.
Doom.
Mad
It is.
Villainy.
This is MF Doom. Yes.
Okay. Well, all right. MF Doom. Mad Villainy. We both are fans of MF Doom, so it's not better than Cuban Links, but I'm okay with MF Doom being in the top 20. Go.
This is the only Doom album that's going to be in on.
Oh my God! Oh sweet Jesus! I'm sorry. I just noticed something. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
You might be a little surprised. I'm gonna say this. So, Mad Villain, Mad Villainy. This is Doom and Mad Lib. And this is the best thing that Mad Lib has done as a producer, and the best thing that Doom has done as an MC. And this is, to me, an absolute perfect album. And I could talk about this album all day. I just will not. I'll just say I will put this thing absolutely in the top five, and that's praise coming from me. Um, People are not going to agree with it, but that's how I feel about this album. I love this album, and I give it a 200. Seriously, seriously. Um, 18. I know why it's number 18 because Doom never really achieved any real popularity in his lifetime. That's very sad.
Yeah. Rest in peace,
But
Doom.
except for among heads, but people who like this backpacker cacophonous person who wrote this list. I'm not surprised. I felt like he had to put a Doom record on here somewhere, and it's like, oh, 18 sounds about good. I have some credit here, which is whatever.
Yeah.
But five, it's in the top five for me. Seriously, I think personally, this came out in 2004, and I think this is the best hip hop album in the past 20 years, in my opinion. It really is. But
it depends on when the movement came out. Was the movement more than 20 years ago?
the movement came out in 2003.
Okay. All right. So, all right.
But I do think it's better than the movement, personally. I do. So here we go. Again, 200. It is a 200 for me. And is it better than Cuban Links? No, it's not better than Cuban Links, but it's up there. It is up there.
I'm in agreement.
And this album cover is one of the best album covers I've ever seen.
Yes, it is a great album cover. Yes, it is a magnificent album cover. Speaking of album covers, number 17.
Album cover.
Number 17 on the list is your friend and mine, Kanye West, Jesus. I have nothing else to say. Go.
Yeah, like I said, you might be a little surprised about what I say about this. I love this album. This is Kanye's best album, in my opinion. I love this album, and I was surprised that I did. This is a great album. It kind of peters off at the end, so nothing perfect about it. But I do think this is his best album, and does it deserve to be on the list? Yeah, just not this high. I would actually put it in the top, like 150 or something like that. But and I'll rate it 8. But it ain't better than Mad Villainy, and it sure isn't better than Cuban Links. So it doesn't deserve to be this high. On the list, yeah, sure. It is a good album. It really is a good album.
I've listened to this album one time. I never listened to it again. So
I'm sorry, but I love
for what it's worth.
I still love it.
All right. Next up, at number 16. He used to be scared of the dick. Cardi B, Invasion of Privacy, is the 16th greatest album of all time. Let that shit sink in for a second. Lil Kim and Cardi B are in the top 20 albums of all time.
Yep.
Okay, need I say more? Go.
He, the person who wrote this thing is 20 years old and is right out of college.
Masturbates a lot.
That's a possibility. And doesn't
Ain't
know
no
real
possibility. This
music.
motherfucker got calluses. His calluses got calluses. Okay.
As RZA once said, while you're jerking your dick, catching mad calluses.
Exactly.
It shows that whoever wrote this does love.
Come do me.
Maybe his theme song, whoever whoever JL is, Jennifer Lopez. I never heard of this album, but what I've heard from Cardi B is not good, and I know this is one of the top selling albums of all time. It is. It is. I think she's the top selling female rapper of all time, which is, you know.
I be in and out them banks so much that I know they tired of me.
I'm glad you know some lyrics because I don't.
Don't give a fuck about who in front of me.
Oh boy, I can't rate this. I can't rate her. But I can tell you for sure, number 16, absolutely not. And I can say, most likely she does not deserve to be on this list. Period. Lil Kim is better than her. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Goodbye. We don't need this.
All right. Next on the list, number 15, Eric B and Rakim, Paid in Full. I have no problem with this at all. Of course, Rakim is one of the greatest MCs of all time. You know, God Rakim Allah. This is one of the records that I bought in Rantoul. So, like I said, Eric B as president is just seminal. It holds a very special place in my heart. I listen to this record incessantly, so I know every track on it. I know you got soul. You know, as the beat goes on, you know what I mean. It's just, you know, Paid in Full. I mean, you know, fish, which is my favorite dish. You know. It's okay. I'm okay with it being at 15. Go.
Yeah, I'm pretty good with it being at 15.
Now Eric B is an actor. He's an actor on Blue Bloods,
which I have not seen yet, but more power to him. I'm very happy for him. He's probably making more money than Rakim ever has now.
And the thing is, okay, now he has like a recurring character. He's not a star of the show or anything like that, and he usually has just, you know, if he is on, you know, in an episode, he'll have just one scene. You know, he plays like the, you know, the detective. He plays Donnie Wahlberg's boss. So he'll be like, you know,
he's his boss.
Yeah, like damn it, Reagan, get out there and find out who killed him. Cut. Okay, that's a wrap for Eric B.
But he does talk.
Yeah, he does. He actually talks, man, because you never hear Eric B talk. But yeah, it's like, damn it, Reagan.
I'm happy for him.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny seeing Eric B on the show, man, because like say he never talked, you know what I'm saying? So they hear his voice, you know what I'm saying? And he's playing a cop, you know what I'm saying? He plays it, you know, like a police captain or whatever. Damn it, Reagan! I'm tired of this shit.
You know, I might have to look up a clip of him because I want to see him. I want to see what he does.
Yeah, you'll see you'll see 48 Hours, man, with the black cop be cussing out like, you know,
exactly
fuck you, convict.
So that's the kind of character he is.
Yeah, man.
He's not cursing because it's a CBS show.
Right, he's not cursing, man. But that's the kind of, you know, that's what he kind of gives off, man. You know, he's the one that you know, always gets at, you know, the road cop. He's like, damn it, this is last time. I guarantee you're going down. That's Eric B.
Eric B is chief of police.
Yeah.
New album.
Damn it,
Um,
Reagan.
um, so yeah, this album's a 10 for me, and it deserves to be on the list, and I'm okay with it being at 15. Um, in the period of time when I was unemployed in around 2006, I listened to this album every day, and I don't know why, but I just felt like listening to it then, and I just remember that period of time, and it just that's whenever I listen to it now, that's what I think of. I don't know why, but anyway, yes, this is a 10. 15 is okay. Is it better than Cuban Links? No.
All right, now let the debate begin. Because next on the list, at number 14, Ghostface Killer, Supreme Clientele. Love this album. I'm good with it being at number 14. I love Apollo Kids. I love One. I love the entire album. I listened to this album incessantly when it first came out. And for the longest time, I held it in higher regard than Cuban Links. Um, um, I think they're both neck and neck, and so I'm gonna say it's a tie between Supreme Clientele and and Cuban Links. The thing I like most about Supreme Clientele is this is a very energetic record. But then again, Face he always he has a sense of urgency in his lyrics. Just in his delivery. So it's one of those records that once you start playing it, it kind of grabs you and it can't let go. Well, the Cuban Links has the same type of feel to it, but on a different level. You know what I'm saying? You know, so I'm gonna go ahead and punk out and say I'm gonna give it a tie between Supreme Clientele and Cuban Links. Go.
I'm not sure I've even thought about it. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not sure I've ever thought to compare these two. I compare this album to all of Ghostface's other albums, and I really like Iron Man a lot too. So
Iron Man is great.
I go back and forth between whether or not uh, Supreme Clientele is better than Iron Man, and I think it is.
What can we the lords do with a little punk like you? Have you seen that movie?
Yeah,
Okay.
Sonny, the education of
It's,
Sonny.
yeah, Education of Sonny Spoon, not Sonny Spoon.
It's not Sonny Spoon.
So what is it, Sonny Carter? What
I
is
was
it?
about Sonny Carter, yes.
Yeah.
I was about to call him Sonny Liston. Like, no, that's not right. But yes, yes. Um, that's an iconic album. But
Just
Supreme
you and me.
Clientele,
I put trademarks around your motherfucking eyes.
burn them.
Burn them.
Uh, um, I, so this is not what the question is supposed to be about.
I know,
I'm just
man.
talking about,
I just started
but
thinking about
I
that.
can't help but do it. Um, I don't know if it's better than Cuban Links. I, this is my first time even thinking about it. Um, because this is a perfect album,
Yeah.
and
And Apollo Kids, man. Good lord. Oh, that.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
But my favorite track is the album. The track it starts with
One.
is Nutmeg.
I was right. Nutmeg. Yeah.
Nutmeg is
Yeah.
the perfect album opener as far as a song goes. The actual intro is the Iron Man cartoon
Tony
panel.
Stark. Yeah, the whole Tony Stark theme. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which he ended up getting sued for many years later. Um, but Nutmeg
Nobody,
is
no,
just
wasn't
perfect.
nobody thinking about Iron Man. You know what I'm saying? Until Robert Downey Jr. and until that damn
Right,
movie. Nobody think about that shit until then.
that's right, and
Yeah.
that's why he got sued
Mm.
because yeah, if the Marvel Cinematic Universe had never become a thing,
Yeah.
then he would never been sued.
He basically
Amazing.
came. He basically kept Iron Man in the damn public consciousness.
Yeah,
He should be getting a check. You know what I'm
he
saying?
should.
Yeah.
Which is why he was, he had that deleted scene in the first Iron Man movie. They knew they had to give him props.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's unfortunate that it was cut out of the movie,
Mm.
but still. Um, anyway, um, just so I won't continue to prolong this conversation much longer. I'm gonna go ahead and say it's a tie as well. I don't know if it's better than Cuban Links or not. I don't know. I don't even know if it's better than Iron Man, but it sure is a brilliant album, and I have some really great memories of listening to it for the first time. And I can listen to the thing front to back, much like Cuban Links. I can put it, and I did this sort of recently. I can put it in my CD player and not take it out for months. So, uh, yeah, this is definitely one of the best rap albums of all time, and it definitely needs to be on this list. Um, I don't. Should it be 14? I put a lot of albums in top 10, so I don't know if I can move this up top 10, but maybe.
Well, you said Cuban Links was top 5, so that answers that question right there. Then shit.
I guess it does, huh?
Yeah.
But that's not even comparing it to like comparing the two though.
Mhm.
It's a little different when you do it that way. But anyway, I don't know. But this album is like a 1700. So um, uh, yes, it deserves to be on this list. That's what I would say.
Right on. Next up, at number 13, Dr. Dre, 2001. This ain't better than the Chronic. So this is Chronic 2001. This is not better than the Chronic, but it has once again just some legendary tracks on it. Of course, Still Dre with that beat, that Still Dre beat is just the personification of California hip hop.
Yep.
Of course, the next episode, of course, is just just tremendous. But just overall, as an overall work of art, it has some dead spots in it, whereas the Chronic does not. So I can't put it above the Chronic, therefore I cannot put it at number 13. So, go.
I do agree with that. I do agree with that.
Mhm.
There was a period of time when I listened to this album every day. I was really, really into it. But yeah, it's not better than the Chronic. Um, but I think it's undeniable that this is actually kind of a masterpiece of an album. Um, but yeah, you're right. There were some. It has some filler on it. So I think it's longer than the Chronic, and it shouldn't be. Um, really cut it down a bit. Uh, it should not be this high because it's not better than Chronic. If they had the Chronic higher than this, and this were at number 13, I would let it stay here. But I feel like it shouldn't be here. So yeah, this is an 8.
Right on. All right. Next up, the Clips at number 12 with Lord Willin'. I have no words. Go.
You have no words because what?
This is not better than Supreme Clientele. This is not better than Cuban Links. This is not better than DMX. This is not better than Dr. Dre. Get the fuck out of here.
All right, you're right. You are right. Everything you said is right there.
Yeah.
I
Not better than
ran-
Nas. The fuck, man.
Right. Yeah. I ran out and bought this album when it came out
Mhm.
because they had some great singles when they first came out.
I didn't like grinding. Maybe that's why. I never liked grinding.
Huh.
Never liked it.
To me, I think that's the best track.
Oh.
But I can understand why they didn't like it.
They were Bad Boy, weren't they?
No.
I thought they were Bad
Um,
Boy.
I don't know what label they're on, quite honestly. But no, they weren't Bad Boy.
Well, wasn't Neptunes did their beats, right?
Yeah.
I thought Neptunes were Bad Boy.
No.
Okay.
No, they weren't signed to any label. They just, Pharrell and them, they just made stuff.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
I don't know what label they put that stuff out on. At any rate, I rushed to get this album, and when I finally listened to the whole thing, I didn't really like it that much. So the album to me is about a 6. I still like Clips, and I don't hate the album, and I don't hate them, but I do hate it being at number 12. In fact, it probably shouldn't be on this list, but because it's on the list, I'm not really upset about it. Yeah, it ain't better than anything that came before it, though, so it needs to move down. Like I said, the album's about a 6.
All right, number 11, Drake, Take Care. Next.
Yeah. Any of the vitriol that I said about any of the bad albums on here, go ahead and apply that to this. Next.
Oh, I've only liked one song by Drake ever, and that's "Start at the Bottom." Now we're here because the
And
beat. I love the
I
beat.
agree with that.
Yeah, and I
agree with that.
Yeah, that's the only song by him I ever even tolerated. So, enough said about that nigga. Next up, Number 10, Lauryn Hill, The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. This is a great album, but it's not a hip hop album. It does not deserve to be on this list. It's an R&B album. It even says contemporary R&B. Why it's on this album, I have no idea. It is not a hip hop album. I love Lauryn Hill. I love this record. I've listened to it 1,000 freaking times, and it's a magnificent record. It does not belong on this list, so no, go.
I agree with everything you just said, except, yes, it's primarily an R&B album.
I think the only hip hop record on here is like Lost One, right?
But doo-wop, she's flowing on that too. And then there's Final Hour, which is real hip hop. Like that's
okay. 20 tracks and 3 of them are hip hop tracks. And it's the great, and it's the 10th greatest hip hop record of all time. Better than Cuban Links. Better than Spring Clientele.
No, absolutely not. I'm just saying what I was about to say is, on the strength of her having some real hip hop tracks on here, I give her props for that, and I'm not upset with it being on this list because of that. But as a whole, this is an R&B album. It's true. And it's a very good hip hop album, and it's one that I'll give an 8 or a 9. But it shouldn't be, if you're going to have it on this list, it shouldn't be at number 10, because it's not better than any of the hip hop albums that are in this high tier, even in the low tier. If you made an EP out of her hip hop albums, her hip hop songs on this record, a 5-6 track EP. Would it be one of the best? I would say that it should be on the list on the strength of that, somewhere in the very, very low hundreds. But as an 80-minute R&B album, no.
All right, next up, number 9, Tribe Called Quest, The Low End Theory. I'm okay with it being here. Of course, Quest is, once again, they're on the pantheon. They're on the Mount Rushmore of great not R&B, hip hop groups of all time. I think that outside of Run DMC, DMC and Reverend Run, I think that Fife and Q-Tip had like the most chemistry, between artists in a group of all time. I love those two dudes together, even though they had their differences and everything. As a group, they really had something special. So I'm okay with Low End Theory being at number 9. I listen to this a lot, and I'm okay with it being where it is. Go.
Just for sake of not repeating what you said, I'll just agree with you. I don't think I can really add anything to that. The album's a 10, by the way.
Yes.
I have no problem with it being here.
All right. And number 8. You know what? I'm gonna leave this one alone, man. I'm not even gonna go there. I'm gonna save this for later. You can say something if you want, but I'm not gonna say anything.
No, we'll save it for later.
Okay. At number 7. Oh my God. Oh. At number 7, above number 8, is Missy Elliott. Miss E, So Addictive. I have no words. Go.
Is this a great album? Yes, it is. This album has her best songs on it, in my opinion. But, much like Lauryn Hill, it is about half hip-hop and half R&B. We need to move it down somewhere in the hundreds. The album's a 7. Is it better than anything that we've seen before here? No. So, shouldn't be as high. Go ahead and give her props, but number 7, it is not. Sorry.
Next up, at number 6, Ye has 4 albums on this damn list, man. 4. You
He
know,
said he's the greatest hip hop artist of all time. He says it. So
my beautiful dark twisted fantasy. You already know how I feel about Ye. Go.
this is his second best album. This is a fantastic album, and it is real hip hop. If you've never listened to it, it is real hip hop. I gave him all kinds of props when this came out. Um, I think this is where I was like, yeah, I'm a Kanye fan. I really like Kanye. Fantastic album. The album's a 9. Um, but is it better than Cuban Links? No, it is not. Uh, one of the main things that I will give it credit for, like I said, for being like real hip hop, which I'm not sure I would have said he was doing that before. Real hip hop, real MCing. He really tried to showcase some real MCing on this record, and I'm not just talking about his lyrics. I'm talking about his guest, and even the fact that he got RZA and Raekwon to appear on this record and have some production on it. I really give him some respect for that. Like I said, the album's a 9. Is it number 6 on this? Should it be number 6? No. Should it be somewhere on the record? Yes. Below Yeezus, because I really, really love Yeezus, but it will be fairly low. But it is fantastic. It really is.
Whatever.
Whatever.
All right. And number 5, Kendrick Lamar, To Pimp a Butterfly. Not better than Supreme Clientele. Not better than Cuban Links. Not better than number 8. Not better than DMX. Okay. Not better than Nas. Go.
A great album. Most people who've heard it will say, this is great. It really is. I was really into it. Like you said, not better than the best on this list. So it should be low on the list, pretty low. Um, yeah, I'm sorry. The album itself was an 8, though.
Next on the list, okay, they got it right. At number 4, It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back. Public Enemy. We've talked about Public Enemy before. Of course, they are, once again, legends of hip hop. And I listened to this record religiously when it first came out. This is one of the ones that was just constantly, and this was one of the few albums back then that I could listen to from cover to cover without skipping any tracks. Bring the Noise, Don't Believe the Hype, Night of Living Bassheads, Black Steel and the Hour of Chaos, Party for Your Right to Fight. I just so many, showing what you got. Just so many great.
Channel Zero.
Channel Zero. She watched Channel Zero. Just a great fucking album, huh?
That's the whole album.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely belongs in the top 5, so I'm okay with it being at number 4. Go.
Same. This is a 2000, and I'm not upset with it being at number 4. Like I said, I like Fear of a Black Planet. Fear of a Black Planet better, but again, nostalgia probably. This album is so good and so important. It's in the Library of Congress. So, should it be on this list? You'd be dumb if you didn't put it on the list. Number 4, probably. Is it better than Cuban Links?
Yes.
I want to give it a tie just because I don't want to argue about it right now.
All right, number 3. We're in the top 3 now. And number 3, the list of greatest hip hop songs of all time, is a record that was actually, fun fact, was released on September 11th, 2001. What else happened on that date? Any idea?
I don't know.
All right.
Oh, I remember. I was thinking about getting the PS2 that day, and I didn't get it because I think something else. There was some reason why I didn't get it.
Yeah, something happened on that day.
I don't remember what it was. I ended up going at the end of the week to get my PS2, but I remember I was thinking about it that day. Yeah.
At number 3, Jay-Z, The Blueprint. Go.
Ooh. Let's go number two.
I am perplexed. I am absolutely positively perplexed. I'm not surprised that Outkast is number two, but I'm surprised that number two is Stankonia.
I'm not.
AT is their best record.
I told you
God,
this was going to be the case.
you cheated.
I'm highly surprised that it's number two, but I knew it was going to be higher than Aquemini, and I knew AT was not going to be on this list because
AT is nowhere on this list at all. It is not in the top 200.
But think about it. Think about it.
What?
It wasn't even their breakout album. It really wasn't. The breakout album was Aquemini. That was the album that made them go to number one. So
Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care.
that track was a massive hit here in the South. Where else though?
I would put the first, say, 6 songs, the opening sequence of AT Aliens against any record ever made. Like the first 6, 7 songs are just unskippable. They're perfection. The whole album is motherfucking hot to death. You know, but that run of, you know, the first 6 or 7 songs is just, I don't get it, man. I guess folks more astute than me know more of the music than I do. I've listened to, you know, so much music in my lifetime. I guess the backpacker knows more than I know. So fuck him and his mama. You got anything to say, man? Before I don't know what number one is, man. But you know,
I mean, how do you feel about Stankonia though?
I love Stankonia. Ain't nothing wrong with it. You know what I'm saying? But it's not number 2. It's not better than AT Aliens. It's not better than Cuban Link. It's not better than Nation Millions Hold Us Back. It's not better than. I mean, I would say it's probably in the 40 range for me. I mean, it's not the number 2 record of all time in the annals of hip hop history. It's just not. I'm sorry, Backpacker. It's just not. You know what the fuck you're talking about, rat bastard, you cacophonous motherfucker.
Yep. I have to agree with what you said there. It is a fantastic album. It is brilliant. It really is. And I knew it would be pretty high on the list. There was no way that it was. I'm really surprised that Aquemini was on there, quite honestly, because you know this is the Outkast album. People everywhere started declaring that they loved Outkast after this album. So, yeah, I knew it was gonna be on here. But number 2 is really confusing to me, because you're right. It is not better than Cuban Links. It's not better than Illmatic. It is not better than Nation of Millions.
Is it better than Lil' Kim?
I gotta think about that real hard.
Is it better than number 19?
Absolutely. Boy. And honestly, it's not better than Mad Villainy. So, I mean, I find it strange that it is number 2, but I don't hate it here. I'm not like upset with it, because if nothing else, it beat out Jay-Z. I'm happy about that. But now I'm really like in trepidation about what number 1 is. By the way, the album's a 9 for sure. And yeah, in the 40 range, I would put it there, sure. Number 2, no, it's not. But if they put it at number 1 above what I feel like is going to be number 1, I will be much happier. But I'm shaking in my boots right now as to what number 1 actually is.
All right, well, let's find out. Drum roll, please. I have no idea what the number one song is on this list. So we're gonna find out at the same time, and I already know I'm gonna be disappointed. I have this feeling of utter disappointment that's gonna hit me in about 3, 2, 1.
Oh boy, that is totally not what I expected. However, While I am totally surprised that this is what is number one, in hindsight, I shouldn't be surprised at all. Go for it.
Now, I love Biggie Small. I love me some Biggie Smalls. I do. I really do. But I can't give props to anything that has Puff Daddy's fingerprints on it. I just can't. P. Diddy or Diddy or whomever the hell
Puff
he is
Daddy.
right now.
Puff Daddy. He is Puff Daddy forever.
Yeah, I can't give that kind of props to anybody who would have his top star murdered. I just can't. I can't. There's too much blood on this record. Uh, is it top 10? Yeah, it's top 10 record. You know what I mean? But it just has that stench on it. It has that stench on it. So in a real world of fairness and where everything is right and just, Biggie Smalls would still be alive. Puff would be in prison, and Wu Tang, 36 Chambers would be number one. Now, let me get real here for a second. Okay? Let me get real here for a second. Okay. 36 Chambers is the greatest hip hop album ever. Okay? That is pretty much without question. Okay? Alright. Wu Tang Forever is not in the top 200? In what galaxy is this motherfucker backpacking motherfucker from? It's bad enough that 36 Chambers not in his rightful spot, but you gonna double down? You gonna give motherfucking who is it? You gonna give motherfucking Nicki Minaj and motherfucking Lil Kim and
Chief
Cardi B and Chief Keef,
and Future.
Tyler the Creator,
Fucking
Chance the Rapper?
wow. You may not have caught it.
What?
I cursed for the first time.
What'd you say?
I just cursed.
I heard you say it.
I said that word.
Oh.
The first time I've, not in life, but that's the first time that I have cursed in I don't know how long.
You cursed on hoes in the backyard.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
I could swear you did.
What'd I say?
I could swear you did.
I didn't. I purposely didn't.
Hmm?
I purposely didn't.
Okay.
You don't have to curse to rap. So I didn't.
How is the Jackal not in the top 200?
It's really weird.
How is Black Vendetta not in the top 200?
That is really really strange. But this list is very strange in general. So I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised.
You got anything to say, man?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, man.
I have a lot to say.
Go ahead.
Ready to Die is perhaps for me, a top 20 album. And I will give it an 8. And I'm very surprised that it's number one. But like I said, in hindsight, I'm not surprised because before this we saw no Biggie at all. And I should have thought about it and thought, wait a minute, Biggie's going to be on here.
Yeah.
So as we got closer to the top, I should have known this was going to be number one. However, I ended up saying Life After Death because that was his big hit. Because he died and, with it kind of being a posthumous album, despite him actually being alive when it was made, it elevated him to mega stardom higher than he actually was. So I thought that was going to be up here. I'm so surprised that Eminem is actually not number one. I'm so surprised that it's not Tupac. But I knew it was going to be one of those guys. However,
I used to be scared of the dick.
So 36 Chambers. Uh, do I think 36 Chambers is the best hip hop album of all time? I
You notice I haven't mentioned the movement, so you notice that, right?
yeah.
I knew it wasn't
So
gonna be on this list, but
yeah, of course it
yeah,
wasn't gonna be on this list.
yeah.
I'm gonna surprise Matt Bellamy was on here because I'm like, I mean, I'm not that surprised, but I am surprised. Uh, but see, my favorite albums are not on this list, and I know why. But here's the thing. This is what I was about to say. Um, Wu Tang, as a big of a Wu Tang stan as I am, I personally think their solo albums are better than 36 Chambers. I think some of them actually outdid themselves, outdid the first album for sure, when they went solo. So, Supreme Clientele, Cuban Links, Liquid Swords, Tikal, um, Iron Man,
The movement,
um,
uncontrolled substance, resident
uh,
patient, manifesto.
you're going a little far now. Manifesto does no, absolutely not. Um, um, uh, so anyway, they all have marvelous discographies. So if
Manifesto is not bad.
I didn't say it was bad, but is it better than 36 Chambers? No,
No.
no, you just said it. You know, I kind of honestly, I kind of think Cuban Links is better than 36 Chambers. But Wu Tang Forever is actually my favorite Wu Tang album. Is it better than 36 Chambers? I go back and forth. I don't know because it's
Listen,
too long. And
what you got to realize, man, is 36 Chambers was a game changer.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
It changed not only the landscape of hip hop, but the landscape of music. You know what I mean?
uh, yes. And in that regard, it is the most important hip hop album of all time, in my opinion. But is it the absolute best? Comparing to comparing 36 Chambers and Wu Tang Forever, since it is much shorter, maybe I'll go ahead and give it to it. But personally, I like Wu Tang Forever better.
Wu Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Cream. Come on
The
now.
whole album. There's not a bad.
Protect your neck. 36 Chambers. Yeah.
Shame on a nigga. Clan in the front.
Clan in the front. Yes.
Bring the ruckus.
Bring the motherfucking ruckus.
I mean, all of it is the I'll say quote unquote the worst song on the album is Tears, and Tears is not bad.
Tears is great.
So, by virtue of it being very short and tight, it is better than Wu Tang Forever. But my favorite is Wu Tang Forever, and it is a travesty for it not to be on.
I leave the mic in body bags. My rap style has the force to leave you lost like the child Shabazz. It's the Mike Rucker Inspector. Bad man from the badlands of a killer. Rap fanatic. Representing with the skill that's illa. Come on.
I went through a period of time last year where I listened to that album every day. And usually I do. That's why one reason why I kind of mentioned American Saga because when that show was on, it made me want to listen to 36 Chambers every day. Um, but anyway, those two albums are tens, and it's a travesty for Wu Tang Forever not be on this list at all. You got Future on this list. You got Cardi B. You got
Lil Kim.
Lil Kim. You got Lil Uzi Vert. You got
Travis Scott.
The Sugar Hill Record story. But and you got Chance the Rapper, acid rap.
Yeah.
But you don't have Wu-Tang Forever.
You ain't got damn all that. They ain't got the white boys on here. What the fuck?
You know what? You got a point. We shouldn't even done this list.
I know.
We
Toss it out.
should have just checked with white boys and see if they were on here and just not done it. But too late now. But you know, this is what I have to say about Wu-Tang Forever and why I'm really surprised it's not on the list at all. But I knew it wasn't going to be number one because people actually think Wu-Tang Forever was a misstep because it was too long, and they say the second disc was filler. People say that
that second disc is better than most albums that motherfuckers put out. So
absolutely,
I'm trying to hear that.
Absolutely,
I'm trying to hear that bullshit.
But most critics say if the second disc, if they didn't have the second disc, it would be a better album. Is what they said, and it ain't true because by sometimes I think the second disc is better than the first. You know, I go back and forth between that. I don't know. But sometimes I guess it depends on my mood. Sometimes I think the second disc is better than the first. But yeah, it didn't get great reviews when it first came out. And now that we have, what is it, the 25th anniversary of it now?
It's been 25 years?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm old.
So they've been talking about it a lot lately. And what people have been saying is it was a bloated 2-disc album. It would have been better without the second disc. And I think that's egregious. I hate it. So I'm very upset about it. And you know, I'll just say whoever wrote this list doesn't know what they're talking about. I mean, I give them some credit for putting some really awesome albums on here, really. But just look at what we mainly have at the top here. Like, so the top 10, okay, I can't get too mad about the actual top 10 because at least they kept Drake and all these people out of the top 10.
Barely. By the hair of the chinny chin chin.
Yes, very barely. To have Missy up here at number 7, no. Kendrick Lamar at number 5, no. I mean, I don't.
Lauryn Hill, number 10.
You're right. It should not be here. Like, again, I gave it some leeway for it to be on the list, but at number 10?
No.
Really?
No.
Better than Supreme Clientele? I mean, God.
I mean, at the very least, you can have, you know, records that are 100% hip hop, if nothing else. You know what I mean?
But see, that's the thing, though. You got Cardi B, Lil Kim, and what's her name? Nicki Minaj on here.
Mm-hmm.
All artists that actually sing too. So you don't have Ghostface doing R&B. Drake sings. You know.
Yep.
You don't. Missy sings. I hate to try to counter out because she sings, but she sings. You know. R&B. It's okay if it was like one song or 2 songs, but these are artists that have like half the album is R&B. So it just shows that they don't know what they're talking about. And if nothing else, I'll give them the credit for not putting Eminem at number 1. But my mind is blown here. God.
That being said, I'm going to get banned by YouTube.
For what? Oh, for going too long?
This show is 4 hours and 17 minutes and counting.
You might want to cut it up. Maybe cut it up into parts.
Nah. I'm gonna roll with it, man. Nobody's gonna listen to this. Nobody's gonna click. And when they see 4 hours, they're not even gonna click on it or even watch it. So even though it's me, even though my loyal followers do listen to, you know, all of my shows and everything, I don't expect you guys to roll 4 hours with me on this. Y'all might listen to bits and pieces, you know, and everything. But hey, I appreciate if you have the cacophony to listen to this entire podcast, then you're a better person than I am. So,
oh boy.
That being said, what do you think about Rolling Stones list of the 200 greatest hip hop records of all time. They got some things right. They got a whole lot of shit wrong. So uh, I am at wit's end, but we've made our points clear. I think everyone who listens to this, everyone who has the balls to listen to this show knows exactly how we feel and why we feel it. We both know more about hip hop than whoever did this motherfucking list. I tell you that for certain. So,
and this list was actually made by several different people.
So those people, those people know what the hell they're talking about. So
yeah,
like I said, a bunch of backpackers who who were born in test tubes back in 2000
1999.
Yeah, so fuck all y'all. That being said, tell me what you think about this list. Did they get it right? Did they get it wrong? Why did they get it right? Why did they get it wrong? And most importantly, why did you listen to a 4-hour, 19-minute show on YouTube? You really need to get out your mama's basement, okay?
Yeah.
Get a life.
That, this could be background noise. You're over there, you're cleaning up or something.
Nah, don't. If you got to do that much cleaning, move out of your house. You know what I'm saying? Move out the projects, okay? Because you a nasty motherfucker.
Yeah, it takes me a while, but
It don't take 4 hours. Nobody watch to clean your damn house. I don't care who it is. Nah, if you take 4 hours to clean your damn house, like I said, you got bigger problems than listening to a 4-hour and 20-minute podcast. So,
yeah.
God bless your soul. You got anything to say, man, before I close this motherfucker out?
No, I think I said it.
You said enough, man? All right. Well, there you have it. The Rolling Stone list of the greatest hip-hop albums, the 200 greatest hip-hop albums of all time. I look forward to hearing what you think. Chime in. Hit me up at What Lonzo Thinks at gmail.com. Hit me up on Twitter. Hit me up wherever you want to hit me up. And I appreciate it. Make sure you subscribe. Sign up for notifications. I'm still trying to get to 1,000.
Make it happen.
Yeah, I'm almost there. Almost there. All right. Well, there you go. There you hear it. You heard what I think. And I want to know what you think. Because you just heard what Lonzo thinks. Bye. And I'm getting divorced because my wife is going to cuss me the fuck out.
Oh.
Bye.